Thank you for coming. We have Dr. Ladislaus Batinoluho, Senior Lecturer from the Open University of Tanzania. Thank you very much. We have Professor Kaitano Dube, Senior Lecturer from Valley University of Technology, South Africa. Thank you. We have Dr. Prince Shai Malome. He's the Head of Hospitality from Tshwane University of Technology, South Africa. Thank you for coming. We have Dr. Konan Shwala, Senior Lecturer from Valley University of Technology, South Africa. Thank you for coming. We have Dr. Shenolo Monsemang, Senior Lecturer from Valley University of Technology, South Africa. Thank you. We have Dr. Saruzia Mutana. He's a Senior Lecturer from Lupane State University, Zimbabwe. Thank you. We have Dr. Martha Muthal Simposia, Senior Lecturer from Zambia. Thank you. We have Dr. Kabi Francis, Lecturer from Kenya Utalii College, Kenya. Thank you for coming. We have Dr. Teresia Njeri, a lecturer from Kenya Utalii College. Thank you, please, for coming. Together with us, we have Dr. Kialo. He's a lecturer from Kenya Utalii College, Kenya. We have Rosalind Gicheru. He's also from Kenya Utalii College. Thank you for coming. We have Mr. Mungwabela Kakulima, who is the Director of Planning, Finance and Administration from the National College of Tourism. Have Mr. Ernest Mwamwaja, he's a lecturer from Sokoine University of Agriculture, Tanzania. We have Ms. Kiasirile Ngidi from Valley University of Technology, South Africa. Have Madame Male Loa Mosia from Valley University of Technology, South Africa. Thank you for coming. Have Mr. Vutshilo Mukungamago from Valley University of Technology, South Africa. Thank you very much. We have Mr. Francis Gendo from Ayata. Thank you for coming. We have Dr. Nasra Kara, is a lecturer from Open University of Tanzania. We have Dr. Fatma Said from State University of Zanzibar. We have Dr. Subira Fak, State University of Zanzibar. Thank you for coming. We have Mr. Zakim Bena from TPSF. Thank you for coming. We have Dr. Simon from Malawi. Thank you. We have Dr. Enoch Emmanuel from Tumaini University, Tanzania. We have Ms. Rhoda Kitila from Awota. Thank you for coming. We have Mr. Dixon Shekivuli from University of Dar es Salaam. We have Madam Mareloa Mosia from Valley University of Technology, South Africa. We have Ebenezer Goroy from St. Augustine University in Tanzania. Thank you. We have Madam Isabella Mwampamba. He's a founder and ambassador of tourism in Tanzania. Thank you for coming. We have Dr. Charles Raphael from Arusha Technical College. Thank you. We have Madame Tetula Okama from Tetula Utalii Promotion. Thank you for coming. Mr. Kuya Mbogoma, JJ Tours and Safaris. Thank you for coming. Dr. Emmanuel Patroba Mhache from Open University of Tanzania. Thank you. We have our campus managers. We can start with the campus manager from Temeke, Madam Farida Sebastian. Campus Manager from Mwanza, Madam Kemi Rembe Kibogoyo. Dr. Masinda Maswet, our Campus Manager from Arusha. We have Nafesa Natol from Amadeus. Thank you for coming. We have all the members of the management from the National College of Tourism. Can you stand up, please, and wave to the participants? Thank you. We have Madam Jessica William, our Acting Director of Studies and Professional Activities of the National College of Tourism. We have Madam Eunice Olomi, our coordinator of this conference. And please, may I take this also opportunity to welcome all the organizing committee, please. The winning team, can you stand up and wave to the participants? Thank you for a wonderful job. Okay, may I also invite all the staff from Bustan campus, from the National College of Tourism. Can you stand up, please? Thank you. All the staff from Temeke campus. Thank you very much. All the staff from Arusha campus. Thank you for coming. And all the staff from Mwanza campus. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the role I was given today is just simple: to welcome our chairperson from the Ministerial Advisory Board, so as he can also welcome our guest of honor to officiate the opening of our conference on linking industry with academia in tourism and hospitality sector in developing countries. It is post-COVID resilience and recovery strategy for tourism in developing countries. But before I welcome him, please, I can give you a brief of the abstracts as received and the papers we are expecting to present in this conference. In a summarized form, we are expecting to have 55 papers, 5 papers from Kenya, 15 papers from South Africa, 4 papers from Zambia, 3 papers from Namibia, 6 papers from Zimbabwe, 2 papers from Zanzibar, and other papers from the National College of Tourism and other universities here in Tanzania. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, please, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mtei. Honorable Ambassador Dr. Pindi Hazara Chana, Minister of Natural Resources and Tourism, Dr. Florian Mtei, Acting CEO NCT, Assistant Director of Tourism from Ministry of Tourism and Natural Resources, respected leaders, members of delegation from Canada, China, South Africa, Kenya, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, and other countries that not listed here, excellencies, government officials, presenters, captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. My role this morning is to welcome Honorable Minister to officiate this event. And basically, from the outset, and the list of people who will be presenting today, I think my role shouldn't take much time. People are excited to hear the discussions and papers being presented here. But before welcoming the minister, I would like to say a few words. It's a great pleasure to me to welcome you all to the second conference on linking industry with academia in tourism and hospitality sector in developing countries, under the theme Post-COVID Resilience and Recovery Strategy for Tourism in Developing Countries. I would like to thank everyone here today for being part of this conference that I, for certain, and from the list, I think it's deserved to be called Conference of Meeting of Minds. It's a tremendous honor to see so many distinguished and high-level speakers on the agenda, and to welcome delegates from different parts of the world. I would also like to offer great thanks to all those who have been involved in organizing this event. That we see before us today is a testament to their hard work and definitely sleepless nights. Once again, I would like to congratulate all of you for being here on time in our second international conference on linking industry with academia in tourism and hospitality sector in developing countries. I humbly take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Ambassador Dr. Pindi Hazarachana, Minister of Natural Resources and Tourism, to deliver her speech and their own to open our conference of meeting of minds and captain of industry. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Waziri.
Asante. Tukae. Asante. Na wasalimu kwa salamu ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Ngoja tuongeze sauti. Na wasalimu kwa ile salamu ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Sawa. For the sake of our guests and visitors, what I'm saying is I greet you in the name of United Republic of Tanzania. And we normally reply, kazi endelee. So, allow me to recognize, first of all, Honorable Chairman of the board, very smart and energetic chairman of our National College of Tourism, Mr. Imani Kajula. Allow me also to recognize the presence of high commissioners and ambassadors representatives who are here together with us this morning, and all delegates from outside the United Republic of Tanzania. Karibuni sana. Karibu sana, makofi mengi kwa wageni wetu. Acting Director of Tourism, who is Assistant Director of Tourism, Acting DG, TTB, Conservation Commissioner, TFS, heads of institutions of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism who are here. We also have participants who are heads of educational institutions from various countries, but together with us is also the principal of Utalii College, which is one among our best colleges in the East Africa community. Karibu sana. Representative from tourism associations, representative from aviation associations in the country. I would like also to recognize the presence of Honorable Member of East African Legislative Assembly, Honorable Shogo, is together with us, who is former Director of NCT. It is really a blessing from Director of NCT to Member of East African Legislative Assembly. Hongera sana. Also, we have Tourism Ambassador together with us here this morning. Distinguished guests, dear participants, journalists who are here, ladies and gentlemen. Kwa mara nyingine na wasalimu kwa ile salamu ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. So first of all, I want to express greetings. Greetings from the head of state, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, and Her Excellency recognizes and understands that this morning we are here in this very important meeting. Makofi mengi kwa Mheshimiwa Rais. Allow me also to take this opportunity to thank the Almighty God for enabling us to be here today in this very important event. And thank you very much to all participants. We arrived safely in the land of peace, which is United Republic of Tanzania. And I'm sure you will experience most of our culture and tradition, and it will become unforgettable Tanzania. Karibuni sana. I would also like to express my gratitude to the organizers of Second International Conference on Linking Industry with Academia in Tourism and Hospitality Sector in Developing Countries. And it is very important, we who are coming from developing countries, to work together, to come together for our goals, our mission. And we have been preaching most of the time that developing countries need to come together, discuss, deliberate, and see how we can move forward together. Sometimes it might happen that it's easy to trade with the country which are outside our continent, which is Africa, while it is important to trade with each other. So it is the high time that we developing countries, we need to work together. I highly commend this event as well. It is very important for us. So this conference on linking industry with academia in tourism and hospitality sector in developing countries is very, very important. As we were told, there will be not less than 50 papers presented within these days from different countries. We need to exchange experience, learn from each other. This is the right time, and take tourism sector forward. So this is the second time that we are holding our LIAT conference. May I also take this opportunity to thank each of you for taking part in this very, very important event here in Dar es Salaam. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania tourism sector has been affected with COVID-19 like many other countries in all over the world. The world has been suffering from the pandemic for our approximately 3 years now, and nobody knows for sure when it will come to an end. In the attempt to rescue the sector, which is among the hardest hit sectors of the economy, the government of United Republic of Tanzania, under the leadership of Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, initiated a number of measures, including establishment of national standard operating procedures for the management of COVID-19 in the tourism business operations that provides guidance to health and safety issues to be observed by all service providers in the tourism supply chain. Moreover, the government has increased the promotion of tourism attractions, thus increasing the number of tourists to almost 922,000 tourists in 2021, equivalent to an increase of almost 48.6% from 620,000 tourists in 2020. The country has also witnessed the increase of income from tourism by almost 83% to reach $1.3 million in 2021 from $714,000 million earned in 2020. While the average spending of a tourist per day in the United Republic of Tanzania has increased to approximately $199 from $152 in 2020. And this is spending of a tourist per day. Distinguished guests, it is important to note that in the United Republic of Tanzania, tourism sector contributes approximately 17% of GDP and 25% of foreign exchange. So this is very important sector to us. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with the effort to promote tourism in the country, I would like to extend sincere appreciation to the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, for the launching of the program Tanzania The Royal Tour. The Royal Tour program, which has helped to promote Tanzania and existing attractions. The Royal Tour continues to inspire tourists to visit our country, where we have witnessed tourists coming in abundance in the country. Tanzania is having almost 22 national parks. We have Mount Kilimanjaro and many other big, important attraction areas. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have been so much impressed with the theme of this very event. The theme that has been chosen for this conference, which is Post-COVID Resilience and Recovery Strategy for Tourism in Developing Countries. It is a theme that caught my immediate attention with great expectations. This theme embraces a critical issue of facing those supporting and promoting natural resource management and tourism development within the United Republic of Tanzania, across Africa continent, and in fact, the entire world. As we are coming together, the conference will provide a forum for researchers to learn from each other, exchange research results and information, and building network among practitioners, academicians, and policymakers for further collaborations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the conference provides ground for research and researchers, practitioners, and policymakers to share their experiences and discuss sustainable solutions so that the challenges can be unblocked. It is my great hope that this conference will open up and provide solutions and promote appropriate methods and recover strategies in the new era towards sustainable tourism. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without consuming much of time, it is my great pleasure and honor to officially pronounce that the Conference on Linking Industry with Academia in Tourism and Hospitality Sector in Developing Country, Post-COVID Resilience and Recovery Strategy is now officially opened. Thank you very much for your attention. Asante sana. God bless Africa and God bless Tanzania. Asanteni.
Tuongeze makofi mengi tafadhali wakati Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi anakwenda kuketi. Honorable guest of honor, we sincerely say thank you for that vibrant speech, and we truly share your sentiments as well. New Tanzania is born, and we are ready to take it to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, because we have a tough work ahead of us today, I shouldn't be of more speeches as well. My job is more simpler than the chairperson of the board himself. So please allow me to welcome Professor Shipala from the Department of Tourism and Management, Sishwane University Technology. Karibu sana. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali.
To the guest of honor, Ambassador Dr. Pindi Chana, to the current CEO of NCT, Dr. Florian Te, to the previous CEO, my friend, Dr. Shogom Lozi, to the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism, Prof. Eliamani Sidoyeka, to the Chairperson of NCT, Mr. Imani Kajuru, to the guest speaker, Prof. Charles Misioki, to the members of the press, to my learned academics that are here today from the different parts of the world. I am truly honored to stand in front of you to honor the invitation to be one of the keynote addressers at the second International Conference of Linking Industry with Academia in Tourism and Hospitality Sector in the developing world. Thank you. I was given a very nice free role when I was invited to come and speak. I was told that I can speak on any topic, so I'm the only person who was allowed to speak on anything I want. So I felt that it is important that I come here, since I am from South Africa, to give you a little bit of the South African experience. I am chatting with you today under the topic Tourism, COVID-19, the South African experience. We know that it's about 3 years and we had been living with this monster. We didn't know exactly what was happening. But I want to show you that in South Africa, we were once a place where we could go to the beach, and a lot of us loved the seaside. From this interactive presentation, you can see there that is Durban, it's KZN, one of the most amazing, well-loved provinces in the country. So many of the people used to love to go there. You can see Cape Town, we used to get a lot of people, cruise ships, coming in, consuming all the tourism experiences within our country. We used to go hiking. We would go to Table Mountain. A lot of us, we will be there, enjoying without masks and everything. We would go to OR Tambo, receive our loved ones, and we will ululate and still consume the South African experience. And then, bang, one day, the president wore a mask and he decided that he wants to address the nation. He truly then declared South Africa a state of emergency and disaster due to the death that was coming up due to COVID-19. We started seeing strange things. There were a couple of our students that was trapped at Wuhan in China, and the president of the country decided that we're gonna go fetch them. We were all wondering, why do you want to fetch people from a place where people are dying and they're so sick and bring them here by us? We abided, we hit the call. And then we started hearing things, stay safe and stay apart. That means our lives were turned upside down. What did this mean to our country, which by then the tourism industry was producing more than mining? The country was dependent on the tourism industry. Now we are seeing all these strange things. We can't hug, we can't kiss, we stay at home, nobody goes anywhere. We are just floating in a place we do not know what's happening. Before, this is how it looks like in Durban. Beautiful. I know that is mass tourism, but you can imagine at that place, there is a lot of business happening. The local man is making money. There is a lot of economy there. We moved from this, ladies and gentlemen, to that. Shocking, isn't it? It's a big contrast. All this due to COVID-19. Now, when it was like this, I want to share with you that COVID-19 had its negatives. And at the same time, COVID-19, there were positives in it. And what were those for the South African experience? So now, I want to share with you the positives. It meant that when we were sitting at home, when we were not going to work, we had ample time to ourselves. That's very positive, isn't it? Because we're sitting at home, you work over a glass of coffee, you could be with your little one, and you wait for a 9 o'clock meeting and you join on Teams. You've got time. You're not moving anyway. Then some companies saw productivity increase because people now are working at their most comfort zone. So therefore, there was an increase in production, even within the tourism industry. Then tourism companies downscaled. When the downscaled, productivity increased because now there are fewer people and they are making more money when people are working in their normal comfort zones. Small towns that nobody thought of became the biggest beneficiaries. Because if I was from Pretoria in Gauteng, I decided to go where I was born in Limpopo, right? Because I can connect from anywhere. And that meant when I got home, the tourism experience or those small towns were starting to consume from me as part of the economy there. That meant the Western Cape and the Garden Route and small areas where people were not able to access, they were the biggest winners. That meant a lot of innovation in terms of marketing, in terms of new products, because we needed to do something. And this meant the domestic tourism of South Africa then took a first flight. We as South Africans were so interested for me to come to Tanzania, to go to Bangkok, than to visit my own country. And when we got a little bit of gap then, we decided, since we can't go to America, since we can't go to Turkey, why not visit your own place? So the domestic tourism of our country became again one of the biggest winners. And then the northern towns and the smallest little towns that you never heard of, they became again the biggest winners. In the negative side, however, it meant that when you stay at home, there is no movement. It's boring. That's unnatural of a person. You need to start moving around. 99% of our tourism in the country was grounded because we had the hardest lockdown in one of these countries in the world. We had about 90 days where people were not allowed to move anywhere. Jobs were shared, no use of hotels, because then the government officials that needed to move provincially, they can't. Some of those properties, as I speak now, they got closed down. People moved further away from towns, and when they get to smaller cities and started consuming the services in the smaller towns, things became more expensive for the locals who used to get it cheap, and that's a negative. In South African context, the New World meant that people moved to establish second homes. So the people who were wealthy, who can buy a nice house at a small town, they started buying those houses. They opened B&B guest houses. That is in the positive. And then after COVID-19, we had what we called the July unrest, where people looted for about a week, and that didn't help the cause of COVID-19. Now, with the positives and the negatives that I presented to you, my friends, the global world of tourism post-COVID-19 in a South African perspective, these are the questions. Do we have new beginnings? Are we having new directions? Are we there yet? Have we planned? Do you know what is tomorrow? Are we still living with the new strains of this pandemic? If it is, and when it comes, are we ready? We have then challenges wherein we have got natural disasters in South Africa, those KZN floods, compounded with COVID-19. It doesn't help. That is still a challenge. If you think about Uganda and the cases of Ebola, is it good for the SADC region? Is it good for Africa? Is Ebola going to be our new pandemic? Is Ebola going to be the new COVID-19? These are the challenges that the tourism industry and the different governments of the world still has to face. We have got an issue as Africans, wherein the African market is not conducive to the African people. You will be shocked that my airline ticket to come here, Honorable Minister, is more expensive than the ticket to go to Turkey and stay there for 4 days on a 3-star on an Airbnb. It's a shocking thing because I want to come to Tanzania, but I cannot afford to come to Tanzania. However, I can go to Bangkok. So we need, as Africans, post-COVID-19, we have to do something about it. You know the challenges facing Kenyan Airlines, Ethiopian Airlines, South African Airways is just as good as done. We do not have the competitive market to move our people around COVID-19. That is an issue for us. We do not have direct flights. So for me to visit Tanzania, I have to go to Kenya and come back instead of leaving Joburg to Dar es Salaam. We are not making it easier for ourselves post-COVID-19. Coming to South Africa is very difficult because our visa regime. Some people do not want to visit us because when you apply for a visa, you're going to pay 2,000 rand, they're going to do this and do this, fingerprints and all of that. Isn't it easier to go to another place where then there is no visa? Can't we then make our visa regime a lot more easier to be receptive to international people? Some companies have made work permanently online now, meaning people do not have to go use office buildings, and that is also a challenge. As I conclude, I think we need innovation in terms of our tourism products. When I look at Tanzania and South Africa, as friends of the SADC region, there is so much to offer. I think when I come here, I get so humbled that I think even the Tanzanian people don't know how fortunate they are and the beauty of this country. I have traveled my country quite extensively in all, I think, provinces, but I still think we have not done enough to explore the tourism products that we can find post-COVID-19. I think we need, as Tanzanians, as Africans, as South Africans, to strengthen our domestic market. And let me give you a little bit of a story of how we do it in South Africa as I finish. And I think in a lot of African countries, this also happens. You can see on the third slide, on the third bullet on the screen, it says, targeting cultural trends to induce domestic tourism. There is so many cultural groups. In South Africa, we call them stokvels. So you find 10, 15 women in the villages saving money so that by the end of the year, they would have a cut to be able to celebrate with their families. A lot of times, those ladies, those males, and everybody there in those groups, they contribute a lot of money, and they have got part of that money to celebrate the end of the year. And in South Africa, they are starting to consume the tourism products through the stokvel money. So what happens is, then they get a combi, they go to the dam, they go to the nearest park, they eat their nyamachomas there, or what we call braai in South Africa, and they're consuming a tourism product. And we are not looking at it. because we are waiting for an American. We are waiting for a government official who comes with a bigger, harder currency, while the local is there and has the money to consume the tourism product. We need to be innovative on that. We need to develop our rural tourism. There is so much to see in the rural side of Tanzania. There is so much to see in the rural side of South Africa. So many products are there in the farms. Consume those type of experiences. And we are not doing it because we are waiting to go to Cape Town. We are waiting to go to the main city. We are waiting to go only to Zanzibar. And we are not taking care of the rural cultural market. Market drives are required to make it a point that we do not stay on the most mass tourism, to diversify seriously to what I would call alternative tourism, COVID-19. It was an honor to deliver this keynote. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shipala, for such insights. And some of the things we are taking for granted, never knowing that on the other side of the world, people are truly suffering. So thank you very much for recognizing that Tanzania, we're doing such quite well. Naomba tumpige tena makofi kwa speech yake hiyo. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's my great pleasure to welcome Dr. Shogo Mlozi, who is a former CEO of National College of Tourism, but above all, ladies and gentlemen, the member of East Africa Legislative Assembly. Makofi kwake kwa mheshimiwa mbunge wa bunge la Afrika Mashariki.
Dear guest of honor, Honorable Ambassador Dr. Pind Chana, the Minister for the Minister of Natural Resources and Tourism, dear members of the High Table, dear participants from all parts of the world, members of the press, good morning. As I've been introduced, my name is Shogo Mlozi. I'm a senior lecturer and a tourism expert. I'm very humbled to stand here this morning as a keynote speaker of the second international conference on linking industry with the academia in tourism and hospitality sector in developing countries, with the theme of post-COVID-19 resilience and recovery strategy for tourism in developing countries. Again, as Professor Shipara said, I'm also one of the people that I'll be able to speak freely, choose any topic without being guided by the book of abstracts. So that's very good as well. But to start my presentation, so as I start my presentation, I'd like to reflect on a few questions. First of all, when I was asked to be the keynote speaker, it was very conflicting to me because as a keynote speaker, you really need to take the participants somewhere they have not been there. You need to set the tone for the conference. And for me, looking at this topic, I thought, wow, people knows a lot about COVID-19. What exactly am I going to say to take them to a place that they haven't been before? Because of the experience that we have had, people did a lot of literature review, learned a lot about the COVID, because really, COVID was not a good experience. But again, I said yes. So I hope I'm able to set a tone and take you to a place. Maybe you'll have an aha moment as we continue with my speech. So I would like you to reflect a few questions, as I said before. Where were you when the COVID hit? But also, did you have any dreams that were completely shut down because of the COVID-19? But also, how prepared are you now? Because this is actually why we're here. How prepared are we after the experience we have had? I really like this quote from Warren Buffett. It says, "It's only when the tide goes out that you learn who has been swimming naked." When COVID hit the world, we were caught unaware. We felt like some of the countries really had a very stable healthcare system, but that wasn't the case. When COVID came, it really wasn't any difference, whether it was the developing countries, the poor countries, the rich countries. Really, there wasn't a difference. So this has to be a lesson to us, and we can reflect to the quote from Warren Buffett. So I'll focus my presentation on the responses, the challenges that we had, but also I'll look at the lessons learned, and then we'll look at a few things from the recovery and the resilience as part of the theme of this conference. Again, I would like to pose another question that you can reflect. Was COVID-19 happening the same in all parts of the world? We can refer to the speech from the guest of honor who said the developing countries need to sit together and discuss our own challenges, find solution to our challenges, even if we have global crisis, but at some point we have to sit and find our own solutions. So I think it was important for us to note this before planning different responses that we had when we were hit by COVID. But the question is, there was no time. There was no time really to sit down and plan and think as developing countries what could be the best strategy, what could be the best responses to tackle the COVID-19. So pretty much we found ourselves copying from other countries and western part of the world, which will later on as the presentation unfold, we will see. So if you look at the developing countries, 85% of the global population is the developing countries. But again, in 2020, the COVID death toll was only 21%. But again, 2 years after the COVID-19, that was 2022, when you look at the statistics, the COVID-19 death toll was 4 times higher in developing countries as compared to developed countries. So you can ask your a question, what changed these statistics so drastically? From having only 21% and in 2 years to having 4 times higher in developing countries as compared to developed countries. So this unusual equality can be created by a number of factors, which later on we are going to look into those factors. Some of those factors as developing countries are what we call environmental or host-specific factors. I think apart from the COVID-19 as a health crisis, us as developing countries, we had our own challenges. Think of socioeconomic challenges. You do not have a food to feed your children. Would you really worry about wearing a mask? So if you look quickly at the number of challenges that as developing countries we are experiencing, we have the issue of low per capita real income, where our income, you cannot save, you cannot invest. What you earn today, you have to finish today, and tomorrow is a new day. And this creates a poverty cycle. And this is for the most countries from the developing countries. But also you have the issue of rapid population growth, which also causes the issue of shortage of job opportunities. Our population in developing countries is growing so fast because of poor planning, and our economies are so small, so you create the challenge of unemployment. Look at the issue of lack of infrastructure. The issue of dependence on primary sectors. When you talk of primary sectors, these are such as manufacturing, services, sectors like agriculture, tourism, for the most developing countries. The low level of education, we can continue mentioning a number of them. But again, then came COVID-19 pandemic on top of all these challenges, and many of the challenges that I have not been able to mention here. But again, let's look at tourism now. The other slide was a general perspective. We're looking at the general economy. So let's look at the tourism industry. It's one of the largest and the fastest growing economic sector and the major driver of the economic growth in most of the developing countries. Because one of the factors, the developing countries are very dependent on the primary sectors. And these primary sectors, one of them is tourism. So you look at issues of GDP, where it contributes a lot to our economy, most of the developing countries, but also you look at the issue of employment. You look at the issue of investment, even in Tanzania. You look at the issue of foreign currency. So what would this happen when COVID hit? But again, when you look at the tourism industry, it has a very strong linkage to other economic sectors. Mentioned from agriculture, energy, construction, you can mention a number of them, but also other sectors such as accommodation and a number of them. So really it's one of the very important sectors, as the minister, who is our guest of honor today, said in her speech. But again, tourism is very challenged by the nature of the tourism industry itself. It's very dynamic. Keeps on changing. The preferences of the tourist keeps on changing day by day. So that creates the issue of rapid change in the tourism industry. But also you look at the decent work environment. Tourists are looking for quality of service. They are demanding for quality of service so that they can see the value of money they pay for those services. And these two challenges are being driven by other challenges. You look at the issue of digitalization, which is key now in the tourism sector, and it has become even more important after the COVID-19, which is one of the factors which is positive. After COVID-19, people embraced more the digital space. So that was a positive take, because COVID was not all about the negative effect. One of the positive lessons we learned from COVID is the issue of embracing digital space. But also, we look at the demographic shifts. Here you look at factors such as urbanization, life expectancy, and many things. But also you look at globalization and climate change. But when you talk of climate change, this is a very serious issue. Here in Tanzania right now, we have the Mount Kilimanjaro burning. It's not a very good thing to share, but that's the reality, and we hope this can get to an end. But again, for the most of developing countries, we depend more on the wildlife tourism. So when the climate change becomes an issue, also affects the sustainability of our tourism. So these are some of the things that you can link all together as part of the challenges that are really hitting the tourism industry. But again, tourism is one of the sectors that has been hit the most by the pandemic, by the COVID-19 pandemic. Because by definition, tourism is about moving from one place to another. You move from the usual environment to the unusual environment. Then the definition can start changing from there. But the key issue is moving. Now with COVID-19, a lot of restriction was on movement. So you can imagine how hard the industry was hit by the COVID-19. So quickly we'll look at the impacts before we go to the responses, different responses that we had taken as developing countries. And these are very common impacts that have hit the tourism industry. Of course, there were issues of job loss. A lot of people were retrenched. A lot of people lost their jobs, especially women, youth, and migrants. Because the nature of the tourism industry, a lot of people are employed from the informal sector. And this is the group that was affected the most. But also you can look at the issue of business closure. People filed up for bankruptcy, loss of income, supply chain was disrupted. You can talk about a number of impacts that had really faced the developing countries because of the COVID-19. But again, let's look quickly on the responses. And why am I taking you as a keynote speaker through all this? Because I think our future, when we talk of the post-pandemic resilience and recovery, our future depends on how well we handled the crisis. So we have to understand what were the responses and where did we do wrong so that we can move forward. So this is the part that we cannot omit. Washing hands regularly is not so difficult, but of course it can become difficult when the supply of water is limited. But these were some of the responses that we had taken. And this slide combines a number of responses that our developing countries had taken, from movement restriction, the lockdown and all that. Talk about the PPP, the public-private partnership. A lot of discussion were going on because by nature, the tourism industry is highly dominated by the private sector. But again, you need the public sector, you need the government for policy. So there was a lot of dialogue and discussion on how best can we survive with the COVID-19. Digitalization and many of these were the responses. But the most interesting part I want you to note is how the responses in developing countries were challenged. So as I said before, our future is determined by the decisions taken during the crisis. And also developing countries experience the COVID-19 in a slight different way. That's why when I started my speech, I said, do you think COVID-19 is the same in all parts of the world? Here is where we get the answer. Developing countries experience the COVID-19 more in terms of devastating socioeconomic, political, and violent impacts arising from number of responses, number of interventions that we took, and less of a health crisis. And this is a fact, which I think all of us, we can agree on that. So let's look at a number of socioeconomic factors, especially in rural areas, where majority of our people in developing countries live in rural areas. The statistics keeps on changing, but on average, 60% of people live in rural areas in developing countries. We have weak healthcare system by design. Talk of the poor road networks, talk of the poor sanitation, low education level, ineffective local government administrative. All these were some of the factors that had really affected our responses to COVID-19 pandemic. But again, when you look at the situation in urban areas, where there is high rate of urbanization, you have congestion in major cities and overcrowding. Can you really do a social distancing in this particular case? You have poor sanitation, high population density, poor urban planning. can you really trace the COVID cases when you have poor urban planning? You can't even tell which house. So there are a lot of things and a number of things that had affected the way we responded to COVID. But thanks God, we managed to be here today. We shouldn't forget that. So whatever we did, how we went about it, it's all good, as long as today we are here and we can continue discussing about this. But also we have political factors, not only the economic factors. Because as academicians, our role is to talk the truth, right? Some of the leaders in developing countries, the way they went about the COVID-19, some used religion to fight the pandemic, and they created their countries as coronavirus free. But also, some went to a point of launching some of the local herbal, claiming those to be cures for COVID-19. Which that was not the case, because until today we are not sure if we had really found the cure for COVID-19 and many other things. But I'm trying to tell you this so that you can reflect as we continue discussing and deliberating in 2 days. We also reflect on these two keynote speeches that has been given by me and Professor Shipara. But also there are other things which we have already looked into. Mask wearing. We have seen people wearing masks for more than 1 day. As I said before, that people cannot worry about buying a mask in every 3 hours if they don't have food on their table. Vaccination, I think all of us, we can testify here. If I ask you how many people are vaccinated here, we'll hear different stories which will not go there. So these are some of the things which really affected the way as developing countries responded to COVID-19. And we have an interest on this because our future is determined by the decision that were made or has been made during the crisis. That's why we have to go through this. What were the lessons learned? Which this is the most important part. Global crisis, global crisis, global crisis. This was the song. Angela Merkel said, global crisis require global solutions. And we must not forget those who are affected by extreme poverty and hunger. Who do you think are those people affected by extreme poverty and hunger? Most of the people are from the developing countries. But again, if you look at global crisis require global solution, do you agree with that? The guest of honor addressed that in her speech, that we need to sit as people from developing countries and discuss our own challenges and come up with our own solutions. So we might have a global crisis, but definitely we need to have our own solutions. Proper planning. In my view, and this is a fact, the developing countries followed Western way of handling COVID too close, too soon, and too quick. But as I said before, probably it was the issue of time. We didn't have enough time to sit and start thinking all the different factors and how should we go about it. So the only way that was there is to copy the strategies that other people from other parts of the world has been using. But again, I really like angles. Talk of inflation rate, talk of employment. So it has really to dig deeper and look at the resilience agenda from different perspectives to be at least successful as we continue planning and preparing for our future. And the last one is strategies and structure should be flexible. When we talk of flexibility, is the issue of adaptability. They should be able to change based on the environment. Thank you for listening, and I hope I have been able to take you to a place of aha, or at least as a keynote speaker, I have been able to set a tone. I thank you for listening. God bless Tanzania, God bless East Africa, and God bless Africa. Thank you.
I think those clappings are not enough for Madam Honorable Member of the Parliament, East Africa, Dr. Shogu. And we truly share your sentiments as well. And I know you had some challenges with your throat, but you managed to give us the whole presentation. Tumpige tena makofi jamani. She was only to speak to us in 3 minutes, and she managed to do the whole presentation. God is indeed with you. And we know now that's why he decided to pick you and to elevate to higher position, because you can manage the stress. Tumpige makofi tena. Honorable guest of honor, I know you are a person of a lot of activities. They're waiting for you. Even the members of the press, they are stressed right now. They have to cover other news. But allow me to invite Professor Charles Musyoka, who is our guest speaker. And we have agreed with Professor that he's going to use only 3 minutes, because now we had to reshuffle everything. He's also not feeling well. He's not feeling well. I don't know what is happening on that side. Karibu Professor tafadhali.
Can we have this connected? Sure.
Ndugu waandishi wa habari, hii ni speech yetu ya mwisho. Baada hapo mtapata fursa kumu-interview mgeni rasmi na wageni wengine kwenye meza kuu.
In Arusha for the UNWTO. Thank you very much. The chairperson of the National College of Tourism, Mr. Imani Kajura, the CEO of the National College of Tourism, Dr. Florian Mutei, the EA Member of Parliament, and the former principal and CEO of the college, Dr. Shogo Mlozi, distinguished guests, invited participants, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure of first and foremost appreciating the great people of the United Republic of Tanzania for the warm reception and hospitality that they continue to extend to us since our arrival to this beautiful city of Dar es Salaam yesterday. So asanteni sana kwa ukarimu wenyu na mapokezi mema. Our Swahili in Kenya is usually a bit broken, but we try. I also want to bring to you, Waziri, greetings from our new president in Kenya,
As you are aware, we have a brand new president after elections 2 months ago. And also, today, Madam Waziri, we have a new minister for tourism. So receive greetings from them. We are here with their express permission. So very happy to be here. And therefore, I want to then take you through a very quick and short presentation about the impact of COVID-19 on tourism in our country. As you're aware, the WHO declared COVID-19 a global pandemic on the 11th of March 2020. And immediately after that, we saw a series of things happening. Lockdowns that we were not used to, curfews, ban on domestic and international travels, ban on social gatherings. In some countries, like my own country, I know Tanzania was a bit different. We locked down everything. We closed schools. Actually, Kenya Utalii College was shut because there was no way we were going to continue transacting business when the pandemic, was blowing as it was. Our own hotel teaching facility, the Utalii Hotel, which I know, Madam Waziri, you are very familiar with, having been our neighbor for a few years when you were on tour of duty in Nairobi, was also closed down. So essentially, this health crisis, like the previous speaker said, was not just about health. It was also an economic crisis, which manifested itself as a health issue. And I want to show you the impacts, beginning by indicating to you a comparison the first few months of the pandemic in 2020 compared with the same period in 2019. So this graph just traces from the 16th of March to the 19th of April 2020 compared with the same period the previous year. And you can see what a difference there was in the amount of revenue that was generated through tourism. The red is 2020, and the blue is 2019. A very, very big difference. But the story here is the impact was immediate. Immediate, because it was declared a pandemic in March. And immediately after that, our data indicates the impact began being felt. Visitors, again, the same sort of trend that we see. 2020, almost zero. But the previous year, same period, we had a different scenario. Non-resident visitors, who to us as East African countries are the most important as far as the tourism industry is concerned, again, almost zero. 2020 compared to the same period in 2019, you can see the graph for 2020 is almost approaching no non-resident visitor. So again, almost a complete shutdown. And essentially, the revenue collected from tourism declined by 87.2% compared to the same period in 2019, and the total number of visitors declined by 88.6%. And in fact, it was worse for non-residents because the non-residents declined by almost 91%. Almost none visiting completely. The trend in revenue collected in the first 10 months of the pandemic was also a very discouraging scenario. The blue is 2019. Very good collections. But in 2020, same period, we see a completely different picture. So this again is indicative of the overall impact. Visitors again, when you look at the graph of visitors, the first 10 months of the pandemic, again, a very, very sorry story. The trend in number of non-resident foreigners, the first 10 months of the pandemic, again, a very sorry state of affairs. And so when you look at the first 10 months, revenue declined by almost 90%, while the number of non-resident visitors declined by 94%. So this then is indicative of the fact that tourism was adversely affected. Income in some places declined by 100%. There was nothing coming in from tourism or ecotourism as we know it. Many conservation programs were on hold. We were just surviving or simply firefighting because we didn't have income that could then enable us to support programs. In fact, and I'm happy that quite a number of national parks in Tanzania were mentioned this morning, many protected areas in my country were the hardest hit by this pandemic. In fact, for the first time, we began seeing animals moving into areas that they never used to go to because there were lots of visitors in the parks. So there are places where you would not see wildlife. But during that pandemic period, we started seeing wildlife venturing into places that we were not seeing them before. Most of the operations were scaled down or suspended. Visitor facilities were shut. Campsites, bandas, hotels in the parks that were, are very important for tourism were all closed. In fact, many workplaces were also shut and jobs were lost. Many supply chains, like was said a short while ago, are disrupted. Pressure on then the ecosystems and biological diversity increased. And we know today that there were very serious effects on the natural resources. Utilization particularly, especially after people lost jobs in the tourism sector. So what interventions were taken to insulate tourism? One of the greatest inputs by the government was through an economic stimulus program. Because employers could not pay salaries, we still needed to ensure that the tourism industry thrived. And so the government of Kenya injected funds in the form of an economic stimulus program that then insulated the country and tourism from the effects of the pandemic. Many institutions were able to pay salaries to their staff despite not being able to generate revenues from tourism. A lot of, actually 5,500 Kenyans were employed through the economic stimulus program to work in tourism areas, which really helped. A lot of hotels were supported to just remain afloat during the pandemic period so that they did not close down completely in the event that we began bouncing back like is happening currently. So my colleagues will, in the course of today and tomorrow, then unlock for you the resilience and how we were able then to adjust and begin getting back to norm through the presentations that they are going to make. And therefore, mine is just to give a very brief overview of the situation, the details of which are going to be presented in the papers that my colleagues from Kenya will present in the course of this conference. I want to just briefly mention HATSA, which is an association of hospitality and tourism schools in Africa and echo the words of our chief guest. Now that we are here in this conference, I think we need to reflect as Africa. How do we work together, as academia, as hotel schools? How do we work together so that we are able then to make ourselves stronger as far as our business is concerned? AHATSA provides a very good opportunity for us to share experiences, for us to compare notes, for us to improve our processes through collaboration, through partnerships, and through regularly engaging with each other so that we are able then to leverage on each other's strengths for purposes of growing the business of our institutions. AHATSA as an association has not been doing well in the past. And Kenya Utalii College as a secretariat would like to make a very strong appeal to all of you that we need to come together, just like the International Association of Hotel Schools does, UHOFA, which has been holding regular engagements this year in February. They had a conference, and they'll have a conference again next year in Mexico. This year the meeting was in Spain. The voice of the African continent, as far as this business is concerned, needs to be heard. We need to work together. We need to strengthen our ties. We need to look at each other and see what strengths we have amongst ourselves as Africans that can then be utilized to grow the business of our hotel, hospitality, and tourism training business is concerned. So our chief guests, I hope I have obeyed the command of the Master of Ceremonies. And I would therefore like to stop at that point. I deliberately carried my mask from Kenya because this conference theme is about masks and washing hands, because I think our hands have never been cleaner than they are now because of the COVID pandemic, and the mask became a very permanent feature. And so today I decided to carry it just to remind ourselves that we need to work very hard to move away from this because of the effect it has had on our tourism. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. How do I get? Oh, yeah, sure, you can just remind me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Musyoki. And in African terms, 3 minutes, which it means 30 minutes. So you have used it well. No, the only reason why I had to put so much pressure on Professor, he was to speak after the tea break. Now he hijacked the agenda saying, I want to speak before. So the terms and conditions were to be applied as well. But in Tanzania we say, umeupiga mwingi sana. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. So, honorable guest of honor, before I allow you to move from the stage and allow the members of the academia to proceed with the presentation of the papers, allow me to do one simple procedure and then we'll be done for the protocol issues. We're about to do the photo group picture taking, and if I can call the following people to come, you will take the back seat, you smile a lot, and then you will take pictures, that's all. Then we'll be done. It is as simple as that. Can I start with the leaders from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism? All the leaders, all the directors who are here, tafadhali, viongozi wote kutoka maliasili na utalii, kwa sababu nyinyi ndio washikadau, naomba mje hapa, muweze kupiga picha ya kwanza kabisa. Tuwapigie makofi wanapokuja pambele tafadhali. Kutoka TTB, TAWA, TANAPA, MNRT na sekta nyingine. Mr. Enoch, you're also highly encouraged to come, please. Yes, he's the member of the board, so please. Meanwhile, in order to save time, our guest speakers as well, Professor Msioki, and Kenyan delegations as well, and other key speakers. Not, Madam, you are very special. You have your own special time. Is there a Kenyan delegation? Yes, please escort Professor. Nye mweza enda. Asante. Ni Kiswahili ya Kenya hiyo. And on the same token now, can I invite also Honorable Dr. Shogo also to come and join the members. Mweza baki. Mpigeni makofi jamani, mheshimiwa bado mpya kabisa. Na alipokuwa NCT pia aliupiga mwingi sana. Ndio maana mliona makofi yanaongezeka kule mwanzoni. Na Dr. Mtei amesema tumemmiss, ni kweli tumemmiss sana. Asanteni sana, mweza enda. Now, may I welcome all the international speakers who are here from different parts of this continent, from South Africa, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Zambia, all the speakers who are going to speak today, all the invited guests as well, sorry. All the invited guests from different nationalities who are here. If you know you're not from Tanzania, please, this is your opportunity. And I'm told some people don't smile. I don't know why. This is not a military interview, it's a group photo. While they are taking the pictures, can I encourage all the speakers who are going to speak today, the presenters, the moderators of our sessions, to join the international speakers, the international guests as well. Wasemaji wetu wote tafadhali, na nyinyi naomba mje au mkuje ndio tufanye hizi maneno za picha. I think if there are going to be a lot of them, then we might excuse. I hope we are going to fit in. Please remember to smile. Asanteni sana, mweza enda. We also have a representative from private sector. I've seen Director Mbena is here. Please, if we have also members from TATO, HAT, TETA, TET, and IATA, please, and Amedius, Tourism Goodwill Ambassador, please just proceed and let's have pictures as well. Yeah, Director Mbena has a paper to present later on, so we are expecting a lot of good insights today. Wakati huo ningeomba staff from NCT, National College of Tourism, to get ready. Thank you. Members of staff, wafanyakazi wa NCT, pamoja na ile joint team, ile winning team, na yenyewe jiandae itapata special picha yake na itakuwa ya mwisho. Sasa kwa sababu mko wengi, labda tuanze na Arusha afu Bustani wenyeji watamalizia. Maana mnaanza kushangaa picha hazionekani. Kampasi zote mjiandae. Tatizo watu wakijaa inabidi uzoom kumconvince mwenzako kwamba ni mimi, ni huyu, unioni. Sasa tuondoe hiyo tupate vizuri. Arusha. Nyinyi ni wa Bustani? Basi pigeni wa Bustani tuongezeke hapa. Kama yu hapo, maana wa Bustani wameshawahi hapa. Arusha wapo? Basi Arusha muachie wa Bustani kidogo alafu. There's a confusion. Basi mtabaki na Bustani, haina shida. Bustani pia. Temeke mko tayari? Temeke karibuni tafadhali. Kuna member wa Bustani amekaa huko? I've announced it twice. And why are you still there? Others are here. That's it. Temeke siku zote uwaga wengi. Wengine wasogee kule, wanaupiga mwingi sana. Mwanza, are you ready? Bado Bustani. Haya, asanteni sana Temeke. Mwanza tafadhali, Bustani watamalizia. Hii ni gani? Bustani? Mwanza, do we have Mwanza? Please Mwanza quick, because Bustani there are so many. Sasa ni wakati wa Bustani. Hata wale waliopiga mwanzo mkuje tena tafadhali. Na ningeomba Mheshimiwa CEO mstaafu uje na wewe upige picha na vijana wako. Wanasema wamekumisi sana. Ladies and gentlemen, we would love to take a picture the whole day, but that's not the core business of the day. So please, we are going to break for a short healthy break. As the guest of honor with the high table, they're also led by the Dr. Mtei for the refreshment as well. Kwa tutasubiri mgeni rasmi atoke alafu tutaendelea na sisi. Tusimame wakati mgeni rasmi anatoka tafadhali. Asante, we may be seated. Let me quickly confirm the arrangement of a healthy break, and then we'll be back here for the presentation. Just a minute, naomba ni confirm location na mambo ya healthy break yanaendaje. Asante.
Tegemea iishe leo. Tumepanga tufanyie wagonjwa 10 na mpaka sasa hivi tunavyoongea 7 washafanyiwa. Wametufundisha mbinu mpya za upasuaji wa watoto, mbinu mpya za upasuaji wa uti wa mgongo. Kwa hiyo tunategemea hii yote ni katika kuhakikisha tunaboresha ubobezi wetu. Kwa hiyo rufaa za kupeleka wagonjwa nje ya nchi zinaisha au zinapungua kwa kiasi kikubwa, na ndiko katika kuelekea katika utalii wa kimatibabu ambao serikali yetu ya awamu ya 6 inataka. Hii yote inapunguza gharama, kwa sababu nitasema kwa haraka tu, gharama ya kufanyia upasuaji mtoto mmoja hapa Moi kwetu ni 1.5 milioni mpaka 3 milioni, lakini agenda nje ya nchi ni milioni 20 mpaka milioni 30. Kwa hiyo kwa wagonjwa 10 ambao tutawafanyia katika kambi hii kutakuwa kuna saving ya kati ya milioni 180 mpaka milioni 270 mpaka milioni 270 kwa siku 4 tu. Kitu kingine kikubwa ni kwamba Watanzania sasa wanapata tiba ya hali ya juu. Nitagusia kwa mfano hizi tiba za upasuaji wa kutibu matatizo ya uti wa mgongo. Hawa wagonjwa sababu ni nyingi, mara nyingi wanakuja kwetu wakiwa na migongo inauma, mgongo unauma. Aidha ni kutokana na umri au kutokana na ajali mbalimbali. Kwa hiyo wanakuwa na kila siku mgongo unauma mpaka anashindwa kufanya kazi, na wakati mwingine inaweza kapelekea mpaka akaanza kukosa nguvu za mikono au miguu. Sasa hapo awali tulikuwa tunafanya kitu sio sana kutokana na approach zetu ziko limited, ndeza nikasema. Kwa hiyo wengi tulikuwa tunawapeleka kwenye mazoezi tiba, wengine wanapewa dawa za kuzuia maumivu kwa muda mrefu, inakwenda hivyo. Lakini sasa hivi kwa sababu tuna approach mpya ambazo tumefundishwa, ikiwemo ya kambi hii ambayo tunafanya leo, kwa hiyo tutakuwa tuna uwezo wa kufanyia wagonjwa wengi zaidi. Kwa hiyo wengi wenye matatizo ya mgongo atakuwa akifika hapo wanafanywa tiba ya upasuaji, na mara nyingi tunatumia siku hizi tundu dogo kwa sababu tumefundishwa sio kufungua kidonda kikubwa kama zamani. Kwa hiyo unakuja anafanywa upasuaji kwa tundu dogo, atakaa hospitali labda siku 3 siku 4, matatizo ya kuumwa migongo yanaisha moja kwa moja. Kwa hiyo hizo ndio faida za ushirikiano huu. Vile vile wametuletea na vifaa, wametuletea mashine moja ya ultrasound, wametuletea mashine nyingine ya video laryngoscopy kwa ajili ya kuweka chubu kwa watu wenye matatizo ya kupumua, na wametuletea kitu kinaitwa vein viewer kwa ajili ya kuweka drip kwa rahisi zaidi, na vipandikizi vyote vina thamani ya euro 50,000 au shilingi za Kitanzania milioni 117. Asante.
Na daktari, baba umezungumzia hivyo vifaa vya kuweza kuangalia hii mishipa, kwa maana sasa hivi hakuna tena kutobolewa.
Kwa wagonjwa wetu hapa tutakuwa tutoboi sana, kwa sababu ukishaweka tu ile unaiona ule mshipa na hapo unapiga haraka straight kwenye mshipa.
Na mnafanya nini sasa kuona kwamba watu wanakuja kupata hizo huduma?
Niwaambie tu MOI ipo kwa ajili ya Watanzania, ni hospitali yenu wa Tanzania, wataalamu bobezi wapo, vifaa vya kisasa vipo. Kama una shida yoyote ya mifupa, una shida yoyote ya ubongo, una shida yoyote ya uti wa mgongo, njoo kwenye hospitali yako ya MOI, utapata tiba ya uhakika.
Asante sana daktari. Farida Mbilinyi, ni kurudishe matangazo haya hapo Mikocheni, uendelee na habari zetu sasa. Asante sana Farida Mbilinyi, nimekupata vema kutoka Mikocheni jijini Dar es Salaam, na kama ambavyo mmeambia watazamaji wa Beresa, tupo na mkurugenzi mtendaji wa MOI. Dokta, ni kitu gani leo kikubwa kinafanyika hapa?
Hapa tupo kwenye kambi ya upasuaji na mafunzo kwa wataalamu wetu, ambayo inaendeshwa kwa pamoja na jopo la madaktari bingwa kutoka nchini Ireland, ambao wanatoka kwenye taasisi inaitwa Children Health Ireland Africa, pamoja na timu ya madaktari wetu na wauguzi wetu hapa MOI. Kambi hii imeanza Jumatatu, tunategemea iishe leo. Tumepanga tufanyie wagonjwa 10 na mpaka sasa hivi tunavyoongea 7 washafanyiwa. Wametufundisha mbinu mpya za upasuaji wa watoto, mbinu mpya za upasuaji wa uti wa mgongo. Kwa hiyo tunategemea hii yote ni katika kuhakikisha tunaboresha ubobezi wetu. Kwa hiyo rufaa za kupeleka wagonjwa nje ya nchi zinaisha au zinapungua kwa kiasi kikubwa, na ndiko katika kuelekea katika utalii wa kimatibabu ambao serikali yetu ya awamu ya 6 inataka. Hii yote inapunguza gharama, kwa sababu nitasema kwa haraka tu, gharama ya kufanyia upasuaji mtoto mmoja hapa MOI kwetu ni milioni 1.5 mpaka milioni 3, lakini agenda nje ya nchi ni milioni 20 mpaka milioni 30. Kwa hiyo kwa wagonjwa 10 ambao tutawafanyia katika kambi hii kutakuwa kuna saving ya kati ya milioni 180 mpaka milioni 270 mpaka milioni 270 kwa siku 4 tu. Kitu kingine kikubwa ni kwamba Watanzania sasa wanapata tiba ya hali ya juu. Nitagusia kwa mfano hizi tiba za upasuaji wa kutibu matatizo ya uti wa mgongo. Hawa wagonjwa sababu ni nyingi, mara nyingi wanakuja kwetu wakiwa na migongo inauma, mgongo unauma. Aidha ni kutokana na umri au kutokana na ajali mbalimbali. Kwa hiyo wanakuwa na kila siku mgongo unauma mpaka anashindwa kufanya kazi, na wakati mwingine inaweza kapelekea mpaka akaanza kukosa nguvu za mikono au miguu. Sasa hapo awali tulikuwa tunafanya kitu sio sana kutokana na approach zetu ziko limited, ndeza nikasema. Kwa hiyo wengi tulikuwa tunawapeleka kwenye mazoezi tiba, wengine wanapewa dawa za kuzuia maumivu kwa muda mrefu, inakwenda hivyo. Lakini sasa hivi kwa sababu tuna approach mpya ambazo tumefundishwa, ikiwemo ya kambi hii ambayo tunafanya leo, kwa hiyo tutakuwa tuna uwezo wa kufanyia wagonjwa wengi zaidi. Kwa hiyo wengi wenye matatizo ya mgongo watakuwa wakifika hapo wanafanyiwa tiba ya upasuaji, na mara nyingi tunatumia siku hizi tundu dogo kwa sababu tumefundishwa sio kufungua kidonda kikubwa kama zamani. Kwa hiyo unakuja anafanywa upasuaji kwa tundu dogo, atakaa hospitali labda siku 3 siku 4, matatizo ya kuumwa migongo yanaisha moja kwa moja. Kwa hiyo hizo ndio faida za ushirikiano huu. Vile vile wametuletea na vifaa, wametuletea mashine moja ya ultrasound, wametuletea mashine nyingine ya video laryngoscopy kwa ajili ya kuweka chubu kwa watu wenye matatizo ya kupumua, na wametuletea kitu kinaitwa vein viewer kwa ajili ya kuweka drip kwa rahisi zaidi, na vipandikizi vyote vina thamani ya euro 50,000 au shilingi za Kitanzania milioni 117. Asante.
Na Dr. Aba, umezungumzia hivyo vifaa vya kuweza kuangalia hii mishipa, kwa maana sasa hivi hakuna tena kutobolewa.
Kwa wagonjwa wetu hapa tutakuwa tutoboi sana, kwa sababu ukishaweka tu ile unaiona ule mshipa na hapo unapiga haraka straight kwenye mshipa.
Na mnafanya nini sasa kuona kwamba watu wanakuja kupata hizo huduma?
Niwaambie tu MOI ipo kwa ajili ya Watanzania, ni hospitali yenu wa Tanzania. Wataalamu bobezi wapo, vifaa vya kisasa vipo. Kama una shida yoyote ya mifupa, una shida yoyote ya ubongo, una shida yoyote ya uti wa mgongo, njoo kwenye hospitali yako ya MOI, utapata tiba ya uhakika.
Asante sana Dokta. Farida Mbilinyi, ni kurudishe matangazo haya hapo Mikocheni. Asante sana Farida Mbilinyi, nimekupata vema kutoka Mikocheni jijini Dar es Salaam, na kama ambavyo mmeambia watazamaji wa RESILIANCE, tupo na mkurugenzi mtendaji wa MOI. Dokta, ni kitu gani leo kikubwa kinafanyika hapa?
Hapa tupo kwenye kambi ya upasuaji na mafunzo kwa wataalamu wetu, ambayo inaendeshwa kwa pamoja na jopo la madaktari bingwa kutoka nchini Ireland, ambao wanatoka kwenye taasisi inaitwa Children Health Ireland Africa, pamoja na timu ya madaktari wetu na wauguzi wetu hapa MOI. Kambi hii imeanza Jumatatu, tunategemea iishe leo. Tumepanga tufanyie wagonjwa 10 na mpaka sasa hivi tunavyoongea 7 washafanyiwa. Wametufundisha mbinu mpya za upasuaji wa watoto, mbinu mpya za upasuaji wa uti wa mgongo. Kwa hiyo tunategemea hii yote ni katika kuhakikisha
Asante sana Farida Mbilinyi, nimekupata
to be here, and thank you very much. Asante sana.
asante sana. Asante
much. Asante sana.
Asante sana Farida Mbilinyi, nimekupata vema kutoka Mikocheni jijini Dar es Salaam, na kama ambavyo mmeambia watazamaji wa RESILIANCE, tupo na mkurugenzi mtendaji wa MOI. Dokta, ni kitu gani leo kikubwa kinafanyika hapa?
Hapa tupo kwenye kambi ya upasuaji na mafunzo kwa wataalamu wetu, ambayo inaendeshwa kwa pamoja na jopo la madaktari bingwa kutoka nchini Ireland, ambao wanatoka kwenye taasisi inaitwa Children Health Ireland Africa, pamoja na timu ya madaktari wetu na wauguzi wetu hapa MOI. Kambi hii imeanza Jumatatu, tunategemea iishe leo. Tumepanga tufanyie wagonjwa 10 na mpaka sasa hivi tunavyoongea 7 washafanyiwa. Wametufundisha mbinu mpya za upasuaji wa watoto, mbinu mpya za upasuaji wa uti wa mgongo. Kwa hiyo tunategemea hii yote ni katika kuhakikisha tunaboresha ubobezi wetu. Kwa hiyo rufaa za kupeleka wagonjwa nje ya nchi zinaisha au zinapungua kwa kiasi kikubwa, na ndiko katika kuelekea katika utalii wa kimatibabu ambao serikali yetu ya awamu ya 6 inataka. Hii yote inapunguza gharama, kwa sababu nitasema kwa haraka tu, gharama ya kufanyia upasuaji mtoto mmoja hapa Moi kwetu ni $1.5 mpaka $3, lakini agenda nje ya nchi ni $20 mpaka $30. Kwa hiyo kwa wagonjwa 10 ambao tutawafanyia katika kambi hii kutakuwa kuna saving ya kati ya $180 mpaka $270 mpaka $270 kwa siku 4 tu. Kitu kingine kikubwa ni kwamba Watanzania sasa wanapata tiba ya hali ya juu. Nitagusia kwa mfano hizi tiba za upasuaji wa kutibu matatizo ya uti wa mgongo. Hawa wagonjwa sababu ni nyingi, mara nyingi wanakuja kwetu wakiwa na mgongo unauma. Aidha ni kutokana na umri au kutokana na ajali mbalimbali. Kwa hiyo wanakuwa na kila siku mgongo unauma mpaka anashindwa kufanya kazi, na wakati mwingine inaweza kapelekea mpaka akaanza kukosa nguvu za mikono au miguu. Sasa hapo awali tulikuwa tunafanya kisi sio sana kutokana na approach zetu ziko limited, inaweza nikasema. Kwa hiyo wengi tulikuwa tunawapeleka kwenye mazoezi tiba, wengine wanapewa dawa za kuzuia maumivu kwa muda mrefu, inakwenda hivyo. Lakini sasa hivi kwa sababu tuna approach mpya ambazo tumefundishwa, ikiwemo ya kambi hii ambayo tunafanya leo, kwa hiyo tutakuwa tuna uwezo wa kufanyia wagonjwa wengi zaidi. Kwa hiyo wengi wenye matatizo ya mgongo watakuwa kifika hapo wanafanywa tiba ya upasuaji, na mara nyingi tunatumia siku hizi tundu dogo, kwa sababu tumefundishwa sio kufungua kidonda kikubwa kama zamani. Kwa hiyo unakuja anafanyia upasuaji kwa tundu dogo, atakaa hospitali labda siku 3 siku 4, matatizo ya kuumwa migongo yanaisha moja kwa moja. Kwa hiyo hizo ndio faida za ushirikiano huu. Vile vile wametuletea na vifaa, wametuletea mashine moja ya ultrasound, wametuletea mashine nyingine ya video laryngoscopy kwa ajili ya kuweka chubu kwa watu wenye matatizo ya kupumua, na wametuletea kitu kinaitwa vein viewer kwa ajili ya kuweka drip kwa rahisi zaidi, na vipandikizi vyote vina thamani ya euro 50,000 au shilingi za Kitanzania $117,000. Asante.
Na daktari, umezungumzia hivyo vifaa vya kuweza kuangalia hii mishipa, kwa maana sasa hivi hakuna tena kutobolewa.
Kwa wagonjwa wetu hapa tutakuwa tutoboi sana, kwa sababu ukishaweka tu ile unaiona ule mshipa na hapo unapiga haraka straight kwenye mshipa.
Na mnafanya nini sasa kuona kwamba watu wanakuja kupata hizo huduma?
Niwaambie tu Moi ipo kwa ajili ya Watanzania, ni hospitali yenu wa Tanzania. Wataalamu bobezi wapo, vifaa vya kisasa vipo. Kama una shida yoyote ya mifupa, una shida yoyote ya ubongo, una shida yoyote ya uti wa mgongo, njoo kwenye hospitali yako ya Moi, utapata tiba ya uhakika.
Asante sana daktari. Farida Mbilinyi, ni kurudisha matangazo haya hapo Mikocheni, uendelee na habari zetu sasa. Eti majina yana nani? Majina yale majina yana nani eti? Wewe kwenye nini? Nipe niapige picha. 1, 2, 3.
so during discussion. Mine is always democracy, so I will not follow the order. If anyone wants to pick the first slot to start, by protocol, I should have started with Mr. Rugimbana. But if you choose to come later, this is by protocol. Rugimbana, yes, a round of applause means we respect your position. And please, 5 minutes.
Okay, my good name is Richard Rugimbana. I work with the Tourism Confederation of Tanzania. It's an MPEX body which is responsible for basically having, up to today, it's 12 subsector associations. And what I'm asked to discuss is basically about the post-COVID-19 resilience and recovery strategy for tourism in developing countries. But since we are basically at home in Tanzania, therefore we may have a bit of advantage in trying to explain what's the little experience we have in terms of this particular issue. So this is what I want to delve in, and what I will discuss is basically the challenges and opportunities that we can take advantage of, and in terms of trying to move forward. The first thing which I would want to say is tourism all over the world, when COVID-19 entered, it caused havoc. And therefore, as a result of that, the good picture of it is that normally it is a very strong resilience to be able to recover from whatever adversity that has been encountered it. So that's what I'll start on, and then of course I will be able to talk on a couple of challenges and opportunities as we move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Kennedy, if you wish to add anything on that.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kennedy Edward. I'm the CEO of the Hotels Association of Tanzania. I represent the private sector in this panel. To add to what Mr. Richard has said, I'll touch on the private sector experience and speak on the challenges we faced and the opportunities that came with. So as far as we're concerned, COVID was a blessing in disguise because it also brought some different perspectives of doing things. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I understand the experience that we have had during the first entry phase of COVID-19. I'm sure South Africa and Kenya might subscribe to the same experience, is that the private sector really did a wonderful job. They contributed enormously. They went as far as having mobile ambulances, support health centers for sample collection. But again, they triggered the process of establishing what you call standard operating procedure for prevention on how to handle COVID infection by then. So they were really in the forefront. And Rugimbana is the chair of CEO of NTCT. We have a confederation under which all those individual associations of tourism operators are managed. We have about 13. Mr. Rugimbana, are they 13 now? Yes, individual members. And Kennedy is the CEO of what you call Hotel Association. And we have thousands of hotels as members to this association. So later on in the discussion, they will kindly share their experiences as to how private sector especially made an impact in terms of how to respond and what they did so that to keep, as Professor Musyoki said, at least to keep the business afloat. Okay, your situation in Kenya was a little bit worse than us. The drop by number in Tanzania was 60%. He was 88, 90, 94. Wow, that was something. Okay, yes. So thank you very much for the ice breaking. I will now go straight to Dr. who was supposed to be number one now, Dr. Ladislaus. You have a presentation on, yes. Now, Ladislaus will be talking about the Royal Tour film, which has just been aired now, as a tool for unlocking tourism and investment potential in the tourism sector. As we know, this is an initiative championed by Her Excellency, the President of the United States of Tanzania, Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan. Probably it will remain to be a landmark in the history of tourism promotion for destination Tanzania. We have very few such initiatives all around the world. And she was, all right, the tour guide number one in this film. So, Dr. Ladislaus, please spend your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mamaji, our moderator. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Ladislaus Batinoro from the Department of Geography, Tourism and Hospitality Services at the Open University of Tanzania in Dar es Salaam. I'll take you through my study, which assesses the status of tourism stakeholders towards the effect of Tanzania, the Royal Tour. I'll take you through very quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a maiden film that features the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, showcasing Tanzania's rich tourism potentials, and of course, tourism potentials in her leadership eye. The film was launched in the US in April, and in Arusha and Zanzibar this year. We have had several initiatives as a country to promote our tourism potentials with reasonable success. However, as all the previous speakers said, the COVID-19 pandemic had seriously hit the tourism sector and investment potentials in Tanzania. Tanzania, the Royal Tour film, was among the government's efforts to revitalize the tourism and investment potential. This shows the trend, how tourism was just before COVID, and how it dropped during COVID, and it's now peaking. This shows the percentage change in terms the way the sector is growing in 2021 and this year. So we are peaking from the hard effect of COVID pandemic. Several scholars, such as Robinson and others, believe that films and movies induce tourism at destinations. And there have been scholarly work on the relationship between films and tourism. And these studies are dated back in 1960s. Increasingly over time, many scholars have had interest in studying the impact of film on the tourism numbers. So Skinner and others believe that there is a gap in the literature. Kim and others, Kim 2021, tried to address the importance of focusing the theoretical side and the response at the destination. So, according to other scholars, such as Milatvonik in 2021, believes that there are issues related to tourism stakeholders at the destination. So many scholars I'm trying to go through because of time. So these problems at the destination, if are not clearly thought through, you have a film, you're promoting tourism, but if you don't do a thorough analysis at the destination, you may encounter problems. And these problems may severely affect the satisfaction of the visitors at the destination. And this is what prompted me to assess the preparedness of tourism stakeholders in Tanzania towards the response of the effects of Tanzania, the Royal Tour film. I used this conceptual framework, which assesses the impact of the film at the destination. We are not the first Tanzania. In 2005, in the UK, there was a film popularly known as Pride and Prejudice. It increased the number of tourists by 150%. In Turkey, there was a film in 2004. It increased tourism numbers by 73%. Mission Impossible 2 in 2000, in Sydney, it increased the tourism numbers by 200%. Gorillas in the Mist in Rwanda in 1998 increased the arrivals by 20%. And other so many cases, empirically. So for sure, we know that the Tanzania Royal Tour film is causing impact and is going to cause impact. I had a sample frame through the tourism stakeholders. I used different tourism stakeholders, 14 different stakeholders. But before I move to that, it's important to say that the study employed both qualitative and quantitative methods involving 117 respondents who were randomly selected from 1,200 tourism stakeholders across the country in a range of subsectors. Now let us very quickly go through the findings. It has been established that a range of tourism stakeholders fall under the Tanzania Confederation of Tourism Confederation of Tanzania. But due to the nature and complexity of the industry, which is rapidly growing in our country, TCT has not been able to bring together all the tourism players across the Tanzania. What does this imply? It implies that the government has to work very closely with the TCT to make sure most of the tourism players are brought on board. Levels of awareness. Immediately after I conducted this study immediately after the launch of the film, and the levels of awareness among the key stakeholders was, those who were aware was at 58.1%, and those who were not aware constituted around 41.9%. What does this imply? It implies that a lot of work needs to be done to raise awareness among the tourism stakeholders in the country. By sector, I did analysis by sector, awareness by sector. It reveals that the awareness for TATO and ZATI, that is Zanzibar Association of Tourism Investors, was high when compared to the ZATI. TTGA is Tanzania Tour Guides Association, and HAT is the under which Kennedy comes from, is the Hotels Association of Tanzania. Their awareness was a little bit higher. But those which were unaware constituted the local government authorities. In Tanzania, we have the central government and the local government authorities. Their awareness on the film was very low when compared to others, including the civil society organizations. When it comes to levels of preparedness in terms of hosting or handling the visitors, ZATI, the Zanzibar Association of Tourism Investors, demonstrated a high level of preparedness, followed by TATO and TAOA. On the other hand, LGAs, the local government authorities, indicated low level of preparedness, followed by other tourism players and TATO members. In terms of, I tried to test the levels of capacity building on tourism and hospitality issues. It shows that a range of members, stakeholders, have had capacity building, but not so adequate. Now, in terms of proposing the model for scaling up Tanzania, the Royal Tour, there is a need for allocating more resources and designating a unit solely for coordinating this. In terms of policy and legal awareness, when you look at the academia and other associations such as TAO and HATI, their level is relatively higher when compared to others. Conclusion, this study presents the status of preparedness among the key tourism stakeholders following the launch of Tanzania, the Royal Tour. But given the visitors' arrivals records since the launch of the film and the empirical evidences, there is no doubt that the visitors' records will significantly increase. In view of these findings, there is a need for the ministry, in collaboration with the private sector, in its broadness, and other tourism players to jointly work together to mitigate the existing gaps in order to ensure Tanzania destination maintains its competitiveness. Recommendations: we need, as a country, there is a need for developing a comprehensive strategy for implementing the Tanzania, the Royal Tour, so that it yields the impact that is expected, and promoting Tanzania's tourism attractions in traditional and non-traditional tourist source countries. And there is a need of engaging experienced individuals. But also there is a need for promotion of other Tanzania's tourism attractions and investment potentials which were not featured in the Tanzania, the Royal Tour film. There is a need for raising awareness and areas for further research. There is a need for assessing the capacity gaps amongst our Tanzanian missions abroad. Tanzania has over 74 missions abroad. We have 40 embassies, 34 consulates, and 2 multilateral missions abroad. But also there is a need for identifying and profiling and promoting non-tourism traditional tourist attractions.
1 minute, please.
A need for understanding of all players in Tanzania's tourism value chain. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. A big hand of applause to Dr. Ladislaus for a well-structured presentation and for keeping time. I was wondering, I thought I should have seen the film The Ghost Must Be Crazy as one of the cases, but it's okay. Thank you a lot. Yes, we have seen quite a number of findings in your research. Of course, you have the contribution from the floor so that to beef up your paper before it goes to publication. Now, I have the honor to invite to the podium the representative from IATA to have his paper again. There's a slight modification to his title. Mr. Francis, please. Again, 5 to 7 minutes. That would be okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And please take down some notes ready for discussion after this, and then I open the floor for discussion for about 35 minutes before we conclude. And again, as I said this morning, we also have a keen interest in collecting your opinion on the resolutions. Yes, we have papers. Yes, points are being shared. But again, as an African fraternity in the tourism industry, it is important to come up with resolutions, and we submit this officially to the government. Thank you. Please introduce yourself again.
Thank you very much. My name is already been told. My name is Francis Gendo. Basically, I'm an expert in aviation, but as you may know, aviation does not go all along on its own because it's part of the constituency which forms tourism. Tourism will not be complete if there is no transport factor in it. And that's where I'm very much involved, but at the same time, I'm also a tourism consultant as well as IATA instructor. Welcome. Basically, what I'd like to present to you today is the behavioral change for tourism sustainability. Most of the presenters here, or rather the previous presenters, have presented to us the modalities and the infrastructure that they're putting in place in order to mitigate the impact that this COVID-19 has brought to our society. But all in all, what I'll say is that if only we do not change our behavior towards, embracing those factors that we've been presented by the presenters, then it will be like we are doing nothing. And that's why I want basically not to really base on the technical part of what we need to do or what is to be done, but I want to base my factor on what you as a person, you as an institution, you as a team need to do, or rather the behavioral change that you need to have and embrace in order to be partner in changing the world, or rather to also to act as a partner in making a success tourism sustainability. I've just themed it, the choices we make, because the choice that you're gonna make is what's gonna make you either prosper or come back. So I put it as my life, my choice, my destiny. So whatever you're gonna make, whatever choice you're gonna make, it's gonna shape your destiny. And that's where I put it. This is just a theme. But you can put it in the context of tourism. What are you going to do to make your life better, the choices that you're gonna make so that you get to your destiny? I'm not going to go through all the slides because most of the factors which have been given are already being presented by the previous people, and they are identical. As you may know, that tourism, it is cross-border. It is not a one-point area. It cuts across. So you find that these are things which are all the same. I'll not go about on the introduction because introduction, we have been told, is a behavior. We know what the behavior is. Neither am I going to talk on the objectives of the session, because each and every person, when you left your area where you were and came here, you must have got something that you expect to have achieved after the session. Is it? So for that purpose, therefore, I expect that each and everybody, after the session gonna end, then at least we shall have already got something. And that's the vision that we have. And what are we doing at the moment now? We are just accomplishing that mission to make us get to the vision that all brought us here. Factors which are affecting tourist behavior. I have to thank those previous speakers because they vividly put it, especially Dr. Shogomlozi. She talked about these factors, although in another way, but they are all the same. See that? The geographical factors, the facilities and amenities that makes people to behave or rather go to other points. Then the push marketing. Basically, this push marketing makes things to be known, especially when the previous speakers talked of communication. Why do we do communication? What are the best way to communicate in order to reach, or rather give that information to the people that we intend to get those information? Then we do have the national catastrophe, and this is where we have the COVID. This is where COVID came in. And then we also have things like psychological factors, which are personal and cultural characteristics. There are things, it's not just that everything comes in a negative way, but there are things that we can change those negatives into opportunity. So why does behavior matters in tourism hospitality? I'll not go through them all, but what you can say is that behavior dictates customers' buying decision. See that? It also affects how consumers choose facilities in order to help, but above all, it predicts what brands is needed. It also evaluates destination preferences, but at the same time, it makes us implement the SOPs as already been given. What were the changes that affected us during this pandemic? What were the behavioral changes that we had during the pandemics? One, sometimes you see they always say that the only person who likes a change is a wet baby. Because the wet baby will cry when they are wet. But we, especially as adults, sometimes we do not have the audacity to get change because we always used to be in our instinct where we want to be. But COVID-19, I don't know by default or by what, has just made us to embrace changes. One of the changes is the SOPs, and that's the, if I may pose a question like Dr. posed, that how many people have their mask. Then I as well must pose a question that how many people wash their hands. This is something that we were not used to in this part of environment. But we just find ourselves by environment that we are now being told to wash our hands. And then we need to embrace it, whether we like it or not, even though it was not our part of our culture. Then we've got shift to essentials. Basically, people decided now not to go on a free flow buying. People only went to buy essential goods, and people were really very sensitive in the buying. You cannot go and buy anything. People are only buying those things which were essential. So there was a shift in the essentials, only go for essential commodities, value for money. Then shift to digital platform. I need not to talk about very much because it was vividly covered. The technology innovation, people have to embrace technology. And that's why people were not now traveling, but you're going for this teleconferencing and everything like that, video conference also. Then there was loyalty laws. I'll give an example on the loyalty laws. It's not that you are losing those people who are loyal to you, but because of the situation. For example, because I'm an aviation expert, I'll use the example of aviation. I'm a loyalty program member of Airline A because I cannot go anywhere without using my Airline A. But because Airline A is no longer doing that, flying that route due to this menace, I have to use what is available. So there was that option. We opted to new brands because we were technically defaulted to use them. Then there was this thing which has also been covered, staying at home. Organizational behaviors. What are some of the organizational behaviors that makes things to work. The practices existed in all organizations. There is an organizational behavior to help us understand and work better. One, it boosts our workforce efficiency and effectiveness. And two, it helps tourism stakeholders commit to the growth of sector. And this is exactly what we are doing here. We've come here as tourism experts, tourism stakeholders. What are we trying to achieve? We are trying to achieve a situation whereby we can boost our tourism sector so that it can prosper and we stay alive. Okay? In general, it implies employee management. Some of the distinct organization behaviors, I'll not go through them, but the one that I want to talk about a little bit is it enhances image, thus strengthens loyalty. Like, for example, now, the image which had already been enhanced and portrayed by the products from Kenya Utalii, make it to prosper. Wherever you go, even if you join to now, but you will still be aligned that this is what, you see that? So that image and brand making is a very important key in making any organization to prosper, whatever the case. And then the key elements for any organization, or rather for any organization to have good behavior, tourism facilities need to grow. The key elements which makes that growth to be possible, they must be there, and there's no question about it. There will be no thing. If only there were no people here, whom could I have been addressing? So people are the base. The staff are the base. They are the foundation of everything. The structure, if there is no good structure, there's nothing that's going to happen. And then the technology, as we have already said, we have to embrace technology, and then the environment. And that's why we always say the competitive authorities have given us that enabling environment to prosper and work together. And that's why people are coming to Tanzania and they like the tranquility and the best practices that they get when they get here. Okay? Now, of course, as for behavior, it's not that everything goes roses. There are challenges that we need to work on and make sure that we make them, we turn those challenges into an opportunity. That brings me to the fact that we as leaders, especially who have congregated here today, we need to conduct thorough research to bring people with a good intention of what? Increasing productivity in our areas of jurisdiction. And that's exactly what we intend also to achieve. Then that will now bring me to the conclusion of what is this. How do we relate now this behavioral cultural threshold change to the main theme of this conference, COVID resilience and recovery strategy for tourism? I do not need to talk a lot about the impacts because already the impacts have been told, and we've already been told that tourism was one of the facets which is very much, or rather was very much, or still very much affected by this COVID-19. There was those things like lockdowns and restrictions, things like that, quarantines, which was not in our culture, mandatory testing, because people have got a lot of insinuation that this testing is going to bring things. See that? Because it was not in our culture. So we needed to do something. But above all, the GDP of every point was...
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Now, considering one of the carriers, it was considered as one of the carriers of COVID-19, hence among the first to shut down tourism. Going forward, what are the transformational resilience adaptability? I'll basically talk on the adoption of acceptable standards and themes. We need to embrace change. One of the things that we need to do in order to survive in that, we need to embrace change. We need also to embrace technological innovation and adoption of digital technology in order to prosper. We need to build consumer-employee confidence through in-depth marketing. The marketings will tell you what are the three marketing: internal, integral, and external. Then we also need, as already been told by previous, domestic tourism sensitization while adhering to the set adopted SOPs. And I just need to say, in these SOPs, it's not that all SOPs which are being brought to us we need to embrace. There are certain SOPs which might go against our culture. Do we embrace them? No. And then, all in all, the resilience has presented us with the opportunity. Our resilience to this COVID has now presented us with the opportunity to further devise ways through which we can mitigate the pandemic impact through attitude, thinking, and behavioral change. And with that in mind, it's the end. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Francis, for a wonderful presentation of your paper, a working paper rather. And after you have added input, which are contributions from the floor, and then you'll have an opportunity to improve on that so that to reflect really the wishes and expectations of your readers. Okay, so that comes to an end of our presentations. Yes, I think we are keeping up with time. That is good. So that we have a maximum of, how long that is? Supposed to start from, a little bit behind time and have a second session. Okay, so let us keep it at 20 minutes. So, jamani, yes, for discussion. So the floor is open. Please raise questions, observations, suggestions, comments. If you need more clarification on what has been raised. Yes, thank you, MC Luvanda. Let's keep our mics moving. The maximum of 5 contributions from the floor. Let me see the hands up so that I can line you up, please. Yes, the support team, NCT students. Yes, please help us with the staff. Hi.
Please, those who want to ask questions, straightforward to the question.
Contributions, if you have. May I see hands up first so that I line you up? And I think the chair is also allowed to ask, isn't it? Okay, so one from Dr. Shogo, sorry, Honorable Dr. Shogo. We are getting used to it. Yes, madam there. Number 3, I want to see number 3. Number 3. Okay, if you're not asking, we'll be responding. Mm-hmm. Dr. Shogo, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I apologize for being late to your session as I missed a good presentation from the... I would like to ask a question to my colleague, Dr. Batnaluho from the Open University of Tanzania. Dr. Batnaluho, thank you for your very good presentation. You mentioned that you collected data in April and May. Is that correct? And it's October. So my recommendation, it's more of a recommendation, not a question actually. I feel there has been effect between June to October in terms of effect of the Royal Tour program. Instead of doing a snapshot study, you can consider doing a longitudinal study in which you can compare what the results that you had by collecting data in April and May and the data that you can opt to collect from June up to now. I think that would be more relevant as a recommendation to the ministry because the issue of time is very serious here if we will rely on the data from April and May, while we know the major effect might have happened in the 5 months ago that we have not captured any data. And this can continue actually. It's a very good study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Doctor, you'll respond later after we gathered some questions. Yes, Karim, madam.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered again, I think it's a comment from the Royal Tour film presentation. For us who are not from Tanzania, I think it would be a good idea if we are able to see the film. I think he should have added that presentation. He should have, maybe showed us the film, if it's not, doesn't take very long, so that maybe we can borrow something to take home. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I guess that will very soon be in your package to take home. It was actually shown as you are taking the breakfast. It is also on YouTube. It is in all social media. It's a 58 minutes, isn't it? Yes, 58 minute long film. But again, support him if you can make the film available. I noticed there. If you have a stick enough to take the film, please be very free, and we encourage you really to take the film with you. As you go back, please watch it in your pleasure. Thank you very much for that. 2 more questions. Karibu, Kennedy.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to add up to what Honorable Dr. Shogo just raised on the Royal Tour and statistics on the study. This is more of an industry perspective of things. Tourism in Tanzania is seasonal based. That's simply how it is. There's peak season and low season. The study collected during the month of April and May are usually the low season period. So whether COVID or not, Royal Tour or not, those are usually the low season months where there's little tourists coming in. So if you do a study based on that information versus, say, June, July, August, where it's usually the peak season, Royal Tour or not, then you're not going to get the full picture of things. So possibly agreed on your point where maybe you extend the study comparatively, say January through December 2022 versus January through December 2023, so that you can get a full picture of even how the seasonality works in the country. Thank you.
I think it comes back again to methodology of the study. Tourism is too seasonal, and the seasons tend to live off nowadays, particularly in the key attraction sites. I did a study recently in Ngorongoro. Almost, we are doing very well. Seasons are really not deep trough, high hills. But again, in other attraction sites, the differences are very visible. Thank you very much, Kennedy. Yes. I have one there. Mwingine wa mwisho na moja pale. Yes, karibu.
Hello, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. But I want to compliment something. Hello. Maybe if you in the film of Royal Tour, I think we have to also to check on the naming. I think if you could have checked more on the if naming have got any impact to the marketing, because as I know that it affects mostly on the niche, because some people might think that maybe this aiming in conducting marketing to a certain niche only and leaving to other places. But again, I was just trying to check on the gaps. Maybe you are just trying to say you recommend for the coming researchers. You suggested to the minister that maybe there are more researches which have to be conducted, but I'm trying to make a follow-up that I get any gap that you point out from your research, but I did not find it out. So maybe you can clarify to us from your finding, maybe you have any gap that you did not cover it, that you suggest to the ministry or other scholars to conduct a research on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bajuni. That's all about the gap that establishes the ground for this research. Are we done with the questions? Oh, so that's my time now. Do we have anyone from TTB here? Anyone from TTB, the ministry? Because I had a question as to probably our colleagues would like to know what has TTB done with the film. When I say TTB, this is the board responsible for promotion. So once it was released, probably our expectations is to see TTB rolling out the implementation plan. Okay, it wasn't to be shelved, but to be used as a tool for promotion. I know it has been posted in all social media, internet, websites and all, but if we could have a very comprehensive plan on how to roll it out, that would have addressed some of the issues that we have raised. That message is to TTB. Yes, Dr. Ladislaus, in your study, you say there's a visible variations in terms of how people really first adopted or used the film, but again in terms of levels of awareness. Government officials, scored highest, but industry scored average. And these are the people responsible for promoting not only the destination, but their products. Why is that the case, if the study found anything? Yes, but Juni, I understand, maybe there's a question of language. It's all in English, and probably that was limited, the use of the film by certain sections of the population. Before you answer those questions from the floor and from me as a chair, please, Kennedy, can you add something on the challenges and opportunities that the private sector, especially the hotel industry, took in resilience and, of course, recovery. I understand there were times where some hotels were closed their businesses. And these are some of the biggest hotels in town. All right, they have to retrench. They have to reduce salaries, benefits. Okay, what are the particular strategies that you guys did? I understand also that, as Professor you said, they had to come back or resorted to domestic market instead. You had special packages that are suitable for the income brackets of the local people. I'm not sure if the same case is now, or because tourism is bouncing back, now you're not looking at domestic market anymore, and that would be very sad. So we want to see these issues now from the industry's point of view. Karibu, nianza na nani? Daktari, alafu takuja CEO. Karibu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Allow me to, first of all, respond to Honorable Dr. Shogo's question. Dr. Shogo is my colleague, my former colleague, and I believe we are still colleagues. Yes, I think, Honorable, you misheard me. The film was launched in April and May. Immediately after the launch is when I started my study. So my study started in June, towards the end of September. And so I agree with you that there are so many areas which can still be researched on in this area of Tanzania, the loyal to a film. There are so many gaps which are there, and as scholars, we have to do a lot to explore how we could make this film a success. It is a good initiative, and at her level, Her Excellency, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu Hassan, did her best. Then the rest is us, you and I, to work hard towards making this film a success. As to whether there was a question on the research topic that it could be focusing on niche tourism, I agree. There are lots of ways you can tweak the research topic, but it doesn't stop anyone from designing a study in that angle, and you can also come up with something that is scholarly acceptable. So to my level, I did this. This is a call for scholars. We are all scholars here, to explore ways on how we can expand studies and researches and come up with something that is commendable for Tanzania and maybe which could be borrowed for other countries. Sorry? Okay. On the gaps, what are the gaps which have been found by this study? There are so many gaps. One of the gaps is probably this study aims to promote Tanzania's tourism attractions and investment potentials in the country and abroad. In foreign countries, our ambassadors, our representatives are those officers working in our foreign missions. I've mentioned of 74 missions Tanzania has in foreign countries. But when you look at the level of awareness in terms of tourism attractions, investment potentials, in terms of how they are equipped as to whether they are trained in tourism, it is a question. So if you expect someone to be your representative, you expect someone to be your ambassador in a particular area, it is your duty to equip him or her so that he becomes or she becomes productive in that area. So there are so many gaps. We expect this film to make sure it goes down to the local government authorities. We have 195 councils in Tanzania. How far has this film gone to that level? Because when you talk of tourism, we should not be driven by the dollar sign brought in by the inbound visitors. I'm glad to mention to you that I was one of the team members which has recently concluded a study in Tanzania on outbound and tourism survey, Tanzania 2021 survey. And we have also concluded a study on the international excursion survey in Tanzania. And we have also, for the first time, concluded a study on measuring the contribution of tourism sector in the national economy. We have found a lot. We have come up with a lot of recommendations. And the reports, now that they have already been officially accepted by the ministry, I believe they will soon be released, and they have a lot of information that will help this industry move further. On the levels of awareness among the players, this question came from you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we have different levels of awareness on the Tanzania, the Royal Tour film, from the public officials, the private sector, and all members, all players across the niche, across the value chain. The levels are very different. what does this mean if we receive?
Sorry, Doctor, we have to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please, Kennedy, 1 or 2 minutes.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll go straight to the point, so I won't be repetitive of all the points that were previously mentioned. As far as resilience and adaptations that we took going forward post the pandemic or during the pandemic, number one, you already mentioned it, and the previous speakers had mentioned, when there was a decline of international tourists or clients coming in from abroad, we then had to focus on the regional or domestic market. Also from that, we found out the challenges that are affected by the pricing aspect. In as far as a business is concerned, you only price a product or a service based on how much it costs you to produce that product or service. So even on creating the domestic packages or regional packages, there was a bit of a challenge on how low we could go. Excuse me. Because in the end of the day, as a business, you are there to not just exist, but also make profit. So one of the ways that we are being resilient and keeping up the good fight is by also consulting and closely engaging our counterparts from the government side on elaborating to them how the pricing part is affected by the fiscal business environment that we're dealing with, and how that will also translate to the final end user who's the tourist, and how that can be used to revamp the sector and grow it even further. On the second part, the opportunity that came with the pandemic was that having changed our approach from international clients to domestic clients, we saw the consumption of the domestic products, like the first keynote speaker had mentioned. They have also experienced the same in South Africa. That also made us change our mindset, because initially, when you talk of a tourist in Tanzania, a dollar-paying tourist, you're talking of a wildlife-consuming tourist. But when you talk of a regional or domestic tourist, they're not necessarily keen on going to the bush, but rather consuming the cultural aspect, African culture aspect. So most likely food, activities, it be events or parties and the likes, and their consumption is more focused on non-wildlife based products. So that also creates an opportunity now to those who were affected by the pandemic, such as the employees who could no longer be employed because no business was there. So for those who are very well skilled and in catering and could produce really good food, that's an opportunity to them. So that was more of a blessing in disguise that came with the pandemic. In other words, it's promoting local content. We sell amongst ourselves and help each other grow. As a country, amongst ourselves, and as a region, say East Africa or Southern African countries. So I think that's pretty much the most I can squeeze out of it. Yeah, thank you.
One quick question. I won't address the challenges. I think they've all been covered by the presenters in the morning, but I'm sure with all others. But I'd want to address, the element of opportunities. And I'll quote some experiences here. Our high season in Tanzania starts in 1st of June, right through to September. It dips a bit and then does rise again in sometime in December. But for the first time in the past 3 years, when we had a negative impact of COVID-19, there was no room available in the big hotel properties in Serengeti. literally. You had to book before to be able to get a room. So I'm not saying that the numbers have risen beyond what they were in the past. But in my view, and many of the operators who are managing the properties, there is definitely a positive trend for the good numbers of which are rising on. That is one. But two, given the history of the tourism satellite accounts, which the gentleman is one of the team members, the fact is, if you look at the trend of domestic tourism, I was shocked when I went to listen to the trend, and I was very impressed that for the first time in Tanzania, we are now having data which is being collected through the tourism satellite accounts, and therefore it is possible to be able to share that, and then we'll have a space within the slot of looking at what tourism, domestic tourism, can be able to do. So these are the part of the trend. Unfortunately, I didn't bring the data, but with your permission, I can be able to present a short study on this for them to be shared to the others who are here. Thank you.
A big hand of applause to my presenters of the very first session. I know the challenge was time, but again, we managed. And if you allow me, guys, I will change a little bit of the system under which the second batch of presentations will be given. We might not have formal presentations there, but a plenary, because it is now we are supposed to have been finishing the second one at this time. So we have a plenary instead of presentations. Now, before I conclude, I just want to suggest to you some of the resolutions or point of resolutions that I've captured. These are supposed to be raised by the team of rapporteur because of time. I think they will agree with me that I do it on their behalf. I have collected 6 points. If you adopt them, then this will go to the report. Number one is all about the role of destination promotion, which falls under DMOs, destination marketing organizations. Okay, so the idea here is to, for DMOs to take up their role of promoting destinations by adopting necessary and relevant innovations during times of crisis. That is number one, because we have seen, I'm picking this from Dr. Ladislaus through his observations in the Royal Tour film. So that is number one. Number two is preparation of destination marketing strategies, that takes a broader representations of key stakeholders. And I pick this from the variations that we have seen in the awareness and involvement of different sections of stakeholders. So I understand TTB and other institutions, TANAPA and CAA, yes, they do prepare these strategies, but again, they have to go beyond their own cycle to also include the needs and expectations, and indeed involve a broader spectrum of stakeholders. So that's number two. And that is to give ownership to the players. Because the idea is you prepare strategies, but we use it. Okay. Number three, yes, this comes from Mr. Francis. Thank you for the paper. It is the deliberate efforts to increase the quality of services, as a gesture to show value for money to the markets. And if I may ask you, in your paper, to also put a case of your own experience from aviation industry, because what we know, as you said, people become more sensitive to price. Also, Kennedy has said it. That means they need to see bigger value for money for whatever they pay for. Okay? So that comes under resolution number 3. And I think training institutions have a bigger role here. Services means the workforce. How do we prepare for them to be ready to serve the market better? Number 4 is, yes, enhancing or creating conducive environment for the production, sharing, and use of technologies. Production, sharing, and use of technology. This comes from you, Mr. Francis. Yes, when we are in the lockdown, we relied on technology so much. Okay? Is it free for all? We have smaller players without financial muscle. And who is responsible for production of these technologies? And of course, to make it available to broader stakeholders. And this one, I'm not sure, it might be coming from all of you. I was looking at establishing a national panel for crisis management and preparedness. And I take this from my personal experience, or the other paper that I did with Dr. Shogo. How do we respond to crisis, especially in the earliest stages? It's maybe by chance that the private sector really saved the day. Okay? They came up strongly, and of course, we didn't see much gaps. But of course, we have many crises to come, and therefore, if we could have a national panel that serves for crisis management and preparedness, and that would be okay. Number last, I don't know which number is that, it is production of information. If we are to prepare well, we have to predict. It comes from the behavior change. The only information now available in terms of Tanzania, my colleagues from Kenya and South Africa, is visitor statistics. Now, is this enough? Okay, so we have to monitor changing the behavior. It's okay to say you have bigger numbers in high season, low numbers in low season, but again, where do they go? How do they consume? What do they want? You know, all this information, if we can task the ministry now to prepare that information and, most importantly, make them available on time, okay, to the stakeholders. So those are, how many? 8? Yes, 8 points as resolutions. I just want to see if you all agree or disagree with this. If the professor agrees, then who are you to disagree? Yes, we have a contribution there. Please come. Yeah, Dr. Yes, a big hand of applause to the chair. Thank you very much, my distinguished speakers, presenters. That has been a wonderful first session. Yes, so we are not breaking. We are just changing seats. My panel goes there. And may I now call upon the second batch of presenters. And as I said, please prepare for an impromptu presentation. We are not going to have presentations there. Ms. Talula Okama, yes. A long-term friend, very energetic and vibrant stakeholder in the sector. Makofi kwake jamani kuja. And then we have Mr. Godlisten Abraham Lengai and Mrs. Teresia Msanga. Are they here? Godlisten? Yes, and then we have Honorable herself, Dr. Shogo. And then we have Dr. Shenolo and Professor Caetano. Dr. Shenolo and Professor Caetano, they have a study based on the case of Western Cape Province. Karibuni. Karibu is welcome. By the way, we share a lot of words with you guys, isn't it? Nyama, msichana. Huh? Again, that is the problem to have honorables in the panel. Wow. I was afraid to ask who is calling her. It could be citizen number one. Okay, thank you, Shaga. But we have her paper, and as I said, we're going to prepare a package, in other words, the proceedings for the conference, and share it to all of you. And it will be available online as well. So please make sure we have your emails so that we share these important proceedings. So only two? Okay, with me three. Okay, so this is the second session under my chairpersonship. Mr. Lula, yes, you introduce yourself, but again, your paper or whatever presentation you have is on building post-COVID resilient economic for tour guides in Tanzania. It's another very important perspective now from doers on the ground, tour guides. And as I said, Madam President is the tour guide number one. And then we have a paper from Dr. Shinolo, you excuse me my pronunciation, or Professor Caetano. And then they also showed us, yes, another paper from aviation industry, post-COVID-19 aviation industry recovery, resilience, challenges, and opportunities as they have been observed in their research in Western Cape Province. Ladies first? Yes, it is. Karibu, Mama.
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah. My name is Tetula Okama. I am presenting the building of post-COVID-19 resilient economy for tour guides in Tanzania. The COVID-19 pandemic is imposing economic and broader development changes as never before. Job losses, reduced economy, and lack of access of social protection will push millions back into extremely poverty, with consequences for persistence and inequality. There is a significant risk that pandemic will push Tanzania further back from achieving the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, leave it even more vulnerable to future shocks. Recovery will be incomplete. There was a general understanding that output will not return to its pre-COVID-19 trend level, even though its growth rate may. Hence, economies will be scared for life due to the damage of investment, human capital accumulation, and productivity. The extent of the permanent damage will vary within and across countries. Informal workers and SMEs are particularly vulnerable of COVID-19, and huge losses through tourism and remittance channels. Focus on building resilience going forward, given the long-term damage and crises that go beyond just cleanness in output recovery packages, should aim to build forward better by making the economies more inclusive and greener, to prioritize people by investing on strengthening health and social protection systems, close the digital divide, such as through promoting digitalization and ensure green recovery by developing green infrastructure and integrating environment, social governance principles in channeling public and private investments. Focus on inclusive recovery. The crisis unleashed COVID-19 is affecting every aspect of our lives, from health, job, and education to financial security, social relation, and trust. Poverty is rising, and people everywhere are worried about their future. The crisis has heightened social pressures and increased the inequalities that existed before COVID-19. Now is the time to intensify efforts to address these challenges. Other challenges caused by COVID burden has been associated with social distancing, increasing pressure on families, divorces, and reduced access to support services. We must continue to provide unpredicted support to save lives and keep people working. At the same time, we must prepare for an inclusive and transformative recovery together, one that puts people well-being at the center. The pandemic has taught us some hard lessons about the impact of school distractions and the shift to online learning on children, especially those from families with low incomes, little education, or migrant origin. Supporting people, jobs, and small business. The COVID crisis has led to fall in employment and millions of jobs, and business in one secure sector has been hard hit, such as tourism, hospitality, retail, and construction. Workers are struggling too, in particular, young people, women, and low-income workers who are among those at greatest risk of joblessness and poverty. They generally have less secure and skilled jobs and are more likely to work in industries and farms most affected by the crisis. We need to provide adequate social protection to all people, as well as the necessary training for them to find work in new sectors as the recovery unfolds. We need to support viable farms and help industries develop new sectors and jobs. Improving social dialogue and collective bargaining will also be essential in support people and farms today and in laying the foundations for the inclusive and sustainable jobs of tomorrow. Rebuilding tourism for the future, COVID-19 policy represents and recovery. The outlook for tourism sector remaining highly uncertain. The coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic continues to hit hard, with international tourism expected to decrease by around 80% in 2020. Domestic tourism is helping to soften. Responsible tourism in Tanzania for COVID-19 recovery. With numerous major natural tourist attractions, Tanzania is feeling the impact. World Bank 14 economic So what we should do to overcome the situation, Tanzania tour guides needs training on building a post-COVID-19 resilient economies, and due to loss of economy arising from the pandemic, most of these targeted beneficiaries cannot afford to pay for their training fees. Always to have plan B in normal life to overcome the challenges, climate changes, etc. Thank you.
Yes, for keeping time, we'll have around, a few minutes of discussion after our second presentation. As I said, Karibu is welcome. Karibu, Dr. Is it Dr. or Professor Kaitano there? Yes, Dr. Senono. Karibu. The support team, can we have connection from the iPad? Yes. And please keep your points for discussion and, of course, for the resolutions.
Salamu wenzangu, asante sana. So I have learned. My name is Tsunolo Munzima, master, so please be kind on me. I'm not a doctor yet. However, I'm going to do a study by Prof. Dube and I, where we looked at COVID-19 or post-COVID-19 aviation recovery, resilience, challenges, and opportunities which came out of this pandemic. This study was done at the Western Cape in South Africa. So as we are all aware, COVID-19 was declared a pandemic in March 11, 2020. However, prior to that, tourism industry was exposed to a health crisis before that. That is the one in 2002, 2003, which is SARS in China. There was also what we call the Middle East coronavirus, which also happened in 2012. So COVID-19 perhaps was the first global pandemic compared to the previous two, as it did collapse the entire tourism industry, where we had 1 billion fewer international arrivals. And then the aim of this study was to determine aviation recovery in the Western Cape province, to understand some of the difficulties which the industry went through, as well as the opportunities that emerged. So this study was done at Cape Town International Airport, CPT, as well as George Airport. So CPT is the second largest airport in South Africa after OR Tambo, and then George is the second largest airport in the Western Cape and the fourth largest in the country. So the route between Johannesburg and Cape Town is the busiest in the country and arguably in the entire Africa. So method use. The study used archival data mainly from Westgro, which is the official tourism body, and then we also used data from OAG as well as AXA, or Airport Company South Africa. And then we analyzed, or material analyzed was from 2019 until August this year, 2022. So we also did some analysis through Excel to create some visuals in the form of figures, which we will get to in our next slides. So discussion of this. or to look at how COVID-19 pandemic did impact or did affect the aviation industry in Cape Town. So here we are going to look at how it did affect the domestic market first, and then in the next slide we will look at how it did affect the inbound tourism, therefore tourists from other countries. We had five levels of lockdown in South Africa, where 1 was the lowest, and then 5 being the most tightest or the harshest, where at level number 5, only essentials were allowed, therefore your emergencies and so forth. So as soon as COVID-19 was declared a pandemic in March, the country was put at level number 5. That is when there was no tourist at all, being domestic and international. So the impact that happened, it happened from as soon as COVID-19 was declared to be a pandemic. There were no tourists which were coming into our country. There were no tourists, no tourism, also domestically. So I'm going to spend a bit of a time on this figure here. So you'll note that when you look at your May 2020, that is when COVID-19 was declared pandemic. But prior to that, from January until March, we had a large volume of tourists in terms of domestic travel at Cape Town International Airport. So there was a huge decline or a huge drop from March, I think for about 3 months or so, when the country was put at level number 5. Therefore, where only essentials were allowed to move. Therefore, there was no domestic tourism or traveling, as well as inbound tourists. However, there was a bit of recovery from the month of July towards November, and then with a bit of a drop in January of the following year. So it was somehow common that during the winter months, we had high numbers of infections. So there was a high infection rate. However, also when there was the movement of people in larger volumes during the holidays, there was also an increase in the number of infections. So post your Christmas, post your Easter holidays, you will have some numbers in terms of increase. So perhaps this graph can also explain that when you look at your January, sorry, just a bit, at your July 2021, that was when there was a drop, as I was saying, mainly during winters, the infections went up, and then the country will be put at a higher alert level, therefore level 3, 4, and 5. So in continuation, there was also what we call the July unrest, where there was a looting, mainly which happened at KZN, and then some parts of Gauteng. However, there is no clear link between that looting and the numbers of tourists which happened domestically. However, there is a belief that through the media, some tourists might have learned that we were under some form of crisis, and then they might have somehow felt uncomfortable to visit our country. Okay, so George Airport also experienced a similar pattern in terms of the decline in the number of tourists soon after COVID-19 was declared a pandemic, and then the country was put at level number 5. So we'll look at that in the next slide. So this is George Airport with a very similar pattern. If you look at your prior March 20th, your January, we had good numbers of tourists until COVID-19 was declared a pandemic from March 2020. That is when we had no tourists at all for about 3 months or so. Now, however, if you can look at again July, there was also a drop in terms of the number of tourists. Hence, I was saying somehow winter and holidays, they could have been linked to the surge or the increase in terms of the infections, which did put the country at a higher alert level, either being 3 or 4, where travel movements were now limited. Okay, now looking at the impact and recovery of international air travel at Cape Town International Airport, which is the second busiest airport in the country and the second largest as well. So in April, that is after COVID-19 was declared pandemic, there were a few tourists who were dispatched. Those were international tourists, and then those were our last international tourists that we had from 2020 until I think for November. Therefore, we had no tourists at all in terms of international from the month of April until November. We only had few domestic tourists. So again, when we look at December 2021, there was a new virus or a new variant which was discovered, the Omicron virus. I think it first came from Botswana, but it was confirmed in South Africa. And then it caused a huge scare that somehow most countries, including the US and EU countries, they put a travel ban on the residents. That South Africa was now seen somehow as a hotspot or a country with the extreme type of variant for COVID-19. And then that also did affect traveling a lot. Therefore, in terms of inbound tourism, when we look at the Western Cape as well as at Cape Town International Airport, as well as George Airport. So in this figure here, we are going to look at Cape Town International Airport, how it was affected in terms of the international tourist, the inbound tourism. So a similar pattern also happened that from March, there were no tourists throughout the month of September. However, there was a slight recovery from September to the month of November and December, with a drop again in January. So a similar pattern if you look at George Airport. So hence they believe that somehow winter and holidays did contribute to spread the COVID-19 virus. So, and then the last but one slide, we will look at aviation recovery and challenges. So what good things came out of this pandemic as well as the bad things? So I will start to perhaps look at the bad things in terms of the aviation recovery. So soon after COVID-19 pandemic hit our country, some of our airlines struggled to survive. So there are a number of them which even closed down. However, few airlines managed to survive COVID-19. We can speak of your SA Link, we can speak of your CME, can speak of your Fly Safair. These are the airlines which managed to survive. However, they also did downsize in terms of the schedules. But a few airlines also closed down. We can speak of SA Express, which was liquidated in November, and then the Com Air, which was also last year in June liquidated. So these are the two airlines which failed to survive the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is one of our challenges which happened. Also SAA, the largest or the national carrier, also struggled a lot. However, when we look at the positives, we can look that COVID-19 pandemic somehow did boost, as my colleagues have said, domestic tourism. So perhaps it was a blessing that the locals now had a chance to discover themselves and then learn whom they are. So there might be a need now for governments and perhaps officials to see how they can, what role they can play to further boost domestic tourism. Okay, and then also we had what we call code sharing, where some of the airlines now could book passengers or could book seat on others carriers. Therefore, you might be booked on SAA, yet you will fly Ethiopian Airways. So there was some of collaboration which also came out of this challenge. And then when we look at technology, most of our airports now, they have moved to what we call contactless service. So there is minimum human contact when one is served at the airport. Therefore, that will in future make us to be prepared to deal with any other health crisis which maybe is spread through the human contact, maybe your Ebola, if that is the case. So this technology, or maybe the 4IR adoption by the aviation industry, is also going to help when you speak of the movement of people as well as the movement of goods. Okay, now in conclusion, the tourism sector as a whole, not only looking at aviation in this case, suffered greatly from this pandemic. However, the aviation did suffer most because as soon as the pandemic was declared, there was no movement of people. Therefore, that also did mean that airlines were somehow grounded because there was no movement of people, mainly when we were at level number 5 and 4. However, George Airport had more domestic tourist arrival recovery than your Cape Town International in terms of this study. But both airports somehow followed a similar pattern as you saw on those two diagrams, okay, which are also referred to that it is common that during your winter season, the numbers will somehow decline in terms of number of tourists because the number for infections will be high. Also post the holidays, whether it being your December or your Easter. And then there is a need also for the aviation players to be protected. I think that is where maybe government can come into picture to maybe see how we can make flying cheaper. As Prof said earlier, that flying within Africa is very expensive. So if flying within Africa can be cheaper, therefore it will also stimulate what we call domestic travel in terms of Africa. Okay. However, domestic also in terms of our own countries, if it becomes cheaper to fly, therefore it will boost tourism as well as continentally. Okay. However, there is the new battle that we are now also facing. That is in terms of the fuel price, maybe because of the Russian-Ukraine war. So flying has somehow become even more expensive. So we are trying to recover from COVID-19, but we are now battling a new war of a very high fuel price. Therefore, this slows down the recovery from the aviation industry, which we hope that it could have been better by now. But it is still, we are still struggling in terms of to recover from that pandemic of COVID-19. So I will end thus far and wait for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big hand of applause to prospective Dr. Senolo. Those are my two last presentations under my session. It was really wonderful, very informative. Loaded studies from both presenters. So the floor is open now for 3, 4 quick questions. Please, number 1, Prof, and then who comes second? Number 2, and then two more. 3, and then, okay. If not, and that should come from me. Yes, Prof. Number Micah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. My question is to Tetula Okama. First of all, I want to say that she made a very interesting presentation. Really, that's one sector in this industry that sometimes people don't remember. Yeah, you usually on the periphery, and it's very encouraging to see that this conference has actually brought you on board. Now, my question is that during the pandemic period, how did you cope with loss of income, loss of employment? Because as a tour guide or as tour guides, your main livelihood is derived from taking tourists around. So without the tourists, how did you cope for the period of the pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Coping strategies, resilience, all right? They're revolving around the same issues. Who was number 2? Number Mike Palenyuma.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Actually, my simple question to the first presenter on the aspect of tour guiding. Yeah, the presenter once presented a nice topic, but I was a bit confused. I beg some sort of clarification from her on the methodology she used to get the findings, because even the sample size is not well known. Maybe I was a bit, so I beg the clarification from her. Thank you.
Okay, as a chair, please keep your frustrations intact, because that was not a research paper. We have many kinds of submissions. Sorry, I did not, elaborate this before. We had 4 types of papers that we presented. Yes, we have full research paper, peer-reviewed, and this suits best UCAC academicians. But for us in the industry, yes, could be working paper, abstract, observations, seminar positions. So it necessarily don't have to be an academic paper. Thank you. Fed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I don't have a question per se. I just want to build a case on what Tetula just mentioned. First of all, thank you for a great presentation you've made. It's as the professor said, that is one of the industries that is forgotten in the tourism and hospitality. Basically, tourism and hospitality is a male-dominated kind of industry, both in terms of investment and service delivery, and that have been for ages, as we know, even before COVID. But when we were hit 3 years ago, one of the group who were hit the most were women. Those who were in some sort of a meaningful employment in the sector lost their jobs. Those who had very, very small businesses in the fields, in the tourism value chain, didn't survive the heat and they closed their businesses. So, well, I'm posing kind of like a question for all of us. Now we are talking about the recovery and resilience strategies. How are our strategies encompasses these gender dynamics? Are we considering like the equal representation of both women and men in terms of business promotions and in terms of business promotion and workforce development, are we equally supporting these small, very, very small key players in terms of accessing resources, in terms of our access to markets, networks, and their likes? Are these strategies really reflect the dynamics, the gap we have in gender-wise in representing this industry? So that is something I want us to build on, and why we are like collecting something to present to the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last. We have too many lasts now. Okay, yes. Anakuja Madam Isika. Karibu.
Thank you. My question goes to Tetula. Your area is an area of a lot of interest, and I'm very interested in tour guiding, and there's an area, as Prof has said, has somehow been forgotten. My question directly is, if I shared with you the Kenya scenario, maybe you can help us share the Tanzania scenario.
For sure.
Most of our guides, either they are freelance or they are permanent employed. For the freelance guides, most of them have vehicles that they use to take visitors into the field. And some of those vehicles were on loan. Then how did you manage now that period whereby you have a vehicle that is on loan and you're out of job completely? That's one maybe scenario I would want to help us share. The other observation was, once again in Kenya, was that the moment guides lost that 2 years period of guiding, most of them went into other businesses completely. They converted their tour vehicles to, some of them, selling eggs. In fact, the most innovative guides converted theirs into the HARs, HARs, using them to carry what? The bodies. So how did the guides survive, or how are they surviving within that period, now that we know that most of them are, if you are like in Kenya, on contract, only in business when there are some visitors?
Thank you very much for that observation. Very last, Madam is. Very last one. No, we're supposed to have more than one mic moving. Mwalimu, namba moja fupi.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for seeing me. My question goes to Dr. Shonolo. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. You have said in your presentation that South Africa is faced with a lot of economic crisis because of COVID and in the aviation industry. But in your conclusion, you also said that currently now we have an economic crisis because of Ukraine and the Russia war. One of the keynote speakers in the morning, Dr. Shogo, said probably we should our future is determined by what we are doing now. So I would like you to share with us what exactly is the strategy of South Africa as a country in aviation or in tourism and hospitality in recovering from all this economic crisis. We are not done yet with the COVID-19, and now we are facing a crisis in Russia and Ukraine war. And probably you would want to share with us what lesson exactly did you pick up when it comes to aviation, tourism, and hospitality when it comes to COVID-19 recovery? Thank you, Chair.
Nashukuru mwalimu. Haraka dakika sifuri. The guy behind, yes. A very quick one, and then we'll respond and close the session. Karibu.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Mr. Mukunda Mago. So my view emanates from both of the two presenters, because I heard that the first presenter also highlighted many negative impacts which are economically, where she has cited that there were many job losses. And the latter presenter also touched on the fact that South African aviation company, due to the midst of COVID-19, have moved to what we call contactless aspects of technology, which is a clear indication that some of the developing countries are also going through the route of fourth industrial revolution. So my question to both of them, because these two are interlinked, technology and the economic impacts of tourism, based on the fact that we all know that tourism is one of the job creators in the most developing country and in the African continent as a whole. So is that how do you balance the narration that says technology is here to take jobs from maybe the masses of the people that are looking for economic prospects from the opportunity that tourism creates? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that marks the end of the contributions. I know you guys have more to say, but again, let us keep them and let us continue to share as we break for lunch. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I start with you. You don't have to respond to everything, because again, that should be an input to your paper later. Karibu.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to answer my colleague there when we spoke of the Ukraine or the Russia-Ukraine war, how it did or how it's affecting the aviation industry. Most of the jet fuel that is used is imported. When we first look at the international market, is imported. Therefore, that has affected the pricing of tickets. Therefore, tickets has now become much more expensive. It is now expensive to fly from point A to point B. So I was saying that this war or the conflict between these two European countries somehow did contribute to increase in terms of the air tickets, of which now the airlines are now struggling to recover. So we're hoping that they will have recovered by now. And then domestically, this war between these two countries has also affected most of our basics. If you can look at the price of currently cooking oil, it has now doubled. So now what we have left in terms of our savings as the local people is very little. Therefore, domestically now we are also affected in terms of traveling or consuming our own tourism. So the impact that comes from this conflict is diverse. I think there are other experts here who can say more than what I have said. Okay. And then, okay, I will leave the part of technology to my colleague, but I can add if there's a need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Karibu, madam.
Yeah. By my side, during the pandemic, I was just doing other business, like selling sanitizers, and the kanga. Kanga is the local material. For those who don't know, they had the good works. Like I go to see my friends and say, I have the Mama Samia kanga. So, okay, bring us, and then I sell. And then I sell also the vitenge. And sometimes I organize other tour guides to have the training, who have been trained by the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation. They teach us about the customer care, and then entrepreneurship. So it was like that. But we had a very hard time.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for the sharing of experiences. If we had time, Kennedy could add more, but I understand that there was a special scheme by the Tanzania Central Bank, okay, to guarantee, offer some relief to borrowers from the industry. So that was kind of an amnesty or suspension or scheduling of the payment scheme so that they were given, how long was that? Yes, life was made a little bit easier. The Bank of Tanzania intervened, and of course they had to, if you are supposed to cover your loan now, maybe you're given a year more, so that to, recollect yourself. But again, as she says, yes, they were very badly hit. Fortunately, our guides are not operators, so they don't own cars, okay? And we have a policy that really protects them in terms of the pay. We had that bad experience in the past, but again, operators are asked by law to observe the contractual obligations that they enter with the guides. So now the policy really is a little bit more protective than it was in the past. But again, please continue sharing with them your experiences during the break. Okay, so that marks the end of our presentation, but yes, let me, I have that duty. Rapporteur team, I'll do it for you. So I'm adding 3 points of resolutions, if you agree with them. Number 1 is all stakeholders should make a deliberate effort to make recovery processes more inclusive and transformative. And this comes straight from Madam Tetula's presentation. We saw there are people in the sidelines, women, guides who really are not in the mainstream of operations. Okay, resilience means, yes, if you do big business and then you probably have savings to take you through hard times, but for the guides, for the women and smallholders, that is not possible. The regional approach, yes, come from you, Shanolo. We pick from your experience that for the airlines had to co-share, do co-sharing. Probably also this comes from you, Professor. No, he's not here. When he pledged tourism schools really to work together under ATSA umbrella. So this could be also applied to other avenues or other groups of operators in the industries. I understand during the meeting in Arusha to discuss the COVID issues and the EAC framework, they came up with that again agenda, but we can expand it to cover the entire Africa if that is possible. But also we had the stimulus packages almost in every country, but we saw the way it was implemented, probably some of the operators were left out. And in our case, the private sector, we understand. Yes, the government succeeded, okay, in securing fund to really cushion the impact of COVID-19. Still, that fund is still, financing a number of activities, but there's a feeling that private sector could be pulled more on board. So those are my 3 proposed point of resolutions. Any, yes, support to that? Are they good? If doctor says yes, and who are you to say no, except for professors? So, thank you guys. That marks the end of our presentation sessions. Big hand to my presenters. Thank you. MC, you now take over.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Ernest, you have done a great job and amazing job as well. Please, let's give them another second big round of applause. And you have made it very easy for the rapporteur team because now you have given them the defined summary of which they can take it very quickly. So I think you deserve a bonus. I'm still discussing. Maybe during lunch you'll get an extra piece of a chicken. If rice is your favorite, then Madame is recommending to give you another plate of rice as well. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, I know we are kind of like tired because of long presentations, but they were very stimulant. And once again, apologies for presenters. We know that you took a lot of time to prepare, but we had a constraint of time. So we truly take note of that, and we are very apologetic because probably we didn't meet your expectation. We didn't meet your expectation. So we are very sorry for that. But that's all about life. And I think it goes well with our theme. How can you come back with a disruption that is happening, especially during COVID and such of thought? So, ladies and gentlemen, before I welcome you for lunch, which is about to be ready in the next 10 minutes, allow me to welcome Honorable Ambassador of Italy in Tanzania. I don't want to mispronounce his name. I'm just looking for it right now. Mr. Riccardo, please welcome.
Protocol observed. Mimi ni Babwana. Habari zenu. Mimi ni tua Marco Lombardi. Mi balozi wa Italia mchini Tanzania. And unfortunately, that's it with my Kiswahili. But I promise next year I will speak more. All right? Luckily for me and for all the 100,000 tourists that are coming from Italy every year, luckily you all speak very good English. And this is very good because we can communicate very easily. Like coming and talking about tourism, I'm a bit sad that I could not be this morning with your minister here for the opening remarks because my new Minister of Foreign Affairs wanted to have a conversation over the phone with me for giving me instructions about our activity in Tanzania. Luckily, they haven't changed, so he told me work, 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 and work harder with President Samia because she's doing an excellent job in opening the market, in creating opportunity, especially in tourism. We have like this wonderful the Royal Tour that brought a lot of benefit to tourism in Tanzania, and you have to know that Italy in the last 20 years invested $2 billion in tourism in Tanzania. You know that we in Zanzibar there are many Italian resorts, very famous restaurants as well. They give work to many Tanzanians, and not only Zanzibari, but also many from the mainland. Many of them are coming from your institution, so basically I think is a great collaboration that we enjoy since a long time. But we have to do more because this country is a country full of opportunities. You probably remember that in the 1 month ago in September, between the 27th and the 30th of September, we had this very important Italy-Tanzania Business and Investment Forum that was also here in this very building. And we had also Mr. Paolo Rosso, that is the president of the Hotel Association of Italians. And he discovered that there are a lot of opportunities from Tanga to Kilwa. So I think hopefully we will work together in order also to develop the coast of Tanzania that is very nice. We have already some resorts here like Mediterraneo or Tony Village that are managed by Italians. But of course, there are more opportunities, so why not taking advantage and tighten even more our cooperation. Like, luckily, the COVID is over, since last June, we resume our direct flights from Italy. We have NEOs flying from Rome, Milan, Venice, and Bologna to Zanzibar. And we are working very hard in order to create a commercial agreement with Air Tanzania, and so to have a chance to have like Rome, Zanzibar, Dar es Salaam, or Rome, Zanzibar, Mwanza. So this is the idea behind this commercial partnership. So we will see, but not only we will see, but we work very hard. And also I would like to say thanks to all the relevant Tanzanian institutions for tourism, starting from the ministry and the competent minister, and of course the friends in Zanzibar. We strongly believe that you are supporting us very, very good, and we are very grateful. Because of that, Italy will invest in vocational training in the next years. We just signed a deal, and tourism will be among the voices, like $20 million. So we will have $20 million in vocational training, and we will help also your schools. And last but not least, and now I close because I know you all want to have lunch because it's 3 o'clock, so it's time. We are going also to work in blue economy. That is a very sensitive issue, and also blue economy can be an issue very interesting for sustainable tourism development. And so the sky is the limit, as you can see. Thank you very much. Asante ni sana.
Tumpigie makofi Mheshimiwa Balozi. I hope he has been understood, right? Directly. So it means that sometimes you can speak short and you can be understood rather than speaking for a whole hour. So because people get lost alongside on your presentation. So thank you so much, His Excellency Ambassador. And we truly appreciate, because they're very practical statements. We have seen it in Zanzibar, we have seen it in other places, so thank you so much. Now, makofi tafadhali tena. Before we have our lunch, we have an opportunity to take a photo. So please, Mr. Ernest, the chairperson, you have an opportunity to sit close to His Excellency Ambassador, and the presenters, all the presenters, please, of the last session. You'll have a photo here, and then we are going for lunch. So please, the first presentation and the second presentation as well. Yeah, actually, now because Sir, you'll be alone, it's very unfair to stand alone. So all the presenters, even those who presented in the morning, to balance the picture, because it will appear on our social media, and then it will be very unfair to put the guest standing. Our international guest is standing, and wale mlio present asubuhi pia, asante sana doctor. Professor, you also presented. Aha. Au lijua huku pia nitabana muda. Saa hii ni kujiachia. The cameras. If they are sleeping, we can take with the iPhone. Off iPhone also. Jamani, camera guys, are you also in charge? There are no cameraman. Okay. The iPhone can do better. Ndugu yangu, si utakatwa mshahara. Usogee mapema pale kabla hajaondoka. Hey. The formula is still the same. Please smile. It works every time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch. And we have been...
And Saruzai Mutana. And then you have Dr. Ishika NCT. But on a lunch, eh? You have Mr. Harry Mojonga. Step on up. Harry? Okay. And then in the same group, we have Dr. Enoch. I'm talking about Papa. Oh, thank you. And then Ms. Rhoda Kitila. Rhoda Kitila? You're there? Thank you. Rhoda Kitila will be discussing hospitality and tourism skills development at the Old Boma Vacational Training Hotel. Okay, so please, moderator, please take stage. And then if you are set, you may now proceed to invite presenters at the high table.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, there is one announcement to make. Later in the evening, we are going to have cocktail. And I'm told by the committee that is a very powerful cocktail. So they don't want to take their drinks to the store. You are responsible to finish the drinks. So please don't make a plan to go away because we're going to have a cocktail. And I'm going to repeat this announcement after everyone also has come. So you have a bonus of 2 announcements at once. Please, it's very important for the cocktail. Karibu.
Are we putting the same? And this doesn't seem to have power.
Okay. Habari za mchana. Unaendeleje? Asante sana. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. I am Dr. Twala, all the way from South Africa, from Vaal University of Technology. I'm a lecturer and a program coordinator there. So it is an honor for me to be here, and I came to present a paper, but on my way I was told that I'm going to moderate the second session, which is an honor again. So thank you very much for having me today. I hope we're going to have a wonderful session. So we're going to start with our presenters. Do we still have Ambassador Mako? Oh, okay. Okay, so we have Dr. Fatma Said and Dr. Subrika Faki. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Zakim Bena. He is not here. We have Dr. Kabi Francis. Okay, thank you. We have Dr. Martha Muntali Symposia. Present, okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we are going to start with session. Oh, sorry, she's on the second session, the session after this one, after the break. Okay. Sorry, thank you very much. We can just clap hands for her as she's going to sit. Okay, without any waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, everyone from all over the world, we are going to start with Dr. Fatma Said and Dr. Subira Faki. The topic is application of the government strategies in mitigating COVID-19 pandemic at Zanzibar entry point.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Subira from State University of Zanzibar. Now, I will share with you a short presentation about application of the government strategies in mitigating COVID-19 at Zanzibar entry point. When we say Zanzibar entry point, meaning airport and seaport. All of us, we are aware about COVID-19 outbreak as a global pandemic that was mostly affect variety of economic sectors, including tourism industry. For the case of Tanzania, the first confirmed COVID-19 case was announced on March 2020 with a total of 509 cases, in which Zanzibar, we had 134 confirmed cases. For the case of Zanzibar, most of the cases were from the travelers who came from the most infectious countries. So, for this circumstance, Ministry of Transport, with the collaboration of the Ministry of Tourism and Ministry of Health, start to arrange and adopt strategic mitigation that ensure to minimize and prevent new transmission, especially at the airport and seaport. That's why we came up with the idea of making research that intend to examine the usefulness. We know there are a variety of techniques, but we need to make sure, are those designated techniques, were they useful? That's why we came up with the idea that we need to examine the usefulness of the government strategies on controlling COVID-19 at the entry point. In order to achieve this study came up with the main 3 objectives, including to identify mitigation measures first, used by those entry zones, but also we have to examine the effectiveness on the implementation, together with the challenges on implementation of COVID-19 mitigations. In the case of methodology, this study was qualitative in nature, in which we tried to use interview as the only means of collecting data. These data were collected to 40 respondents. That was our sample size, 40 respondents, in which all respondents were selected using purposive sampling based on their working experience, because here in the 40, we have 15 staff of airport and seaport. Also, the other 25 respondents were travelers with the tendency of using airport or seaport during the boom of COVID-19. So the interview method was very successful, since we got many information that was useful to the study area due to the respondent experience. The obtained data were analyzed by using thematic analysis. The study result will be presented as per objective. As we start with the first objective, that is mitigation measures used by interest zone, according to the respondent, both airport and seaport use main 3 strategies in combating COVID-19 at the entry point. The first strategy was entry and exit screening. This was done through 2 ways. The first way, they screen people by physical observation. What they observe here, they really observe COVID-19 symptoms. So, they observe all travelers, the symptoms like coughing, body weakness of the traveler, or red or irritated eyes. The screening also done through thermoscan. In thermoscan, all travelers till now, they were checked, and till now, they check traveler's body temperature. This was the first technique. The second technique or mitigation was the application of infection prevention control practices. This based on they encourage passengers to prevent themselves and to prevent others. How they encourage people here? They encourage travelers to adopt certain behavior like washing or disinfecting hands, uses of the face masks, and social distance. In terms of social distance, they had stickers of footstep of 1.5 meters among each traveler. This was Another technique was At the airport, they conduct COVID tests at the airport. Because here, as you remember, we had physical observation and thermoscan. So if they found someone maybe was not okay and they suspect, they have to do COVID-19 test, and they do rapid antigen test with the rapid PCR test. This test was followed by reviewing vaccinated certificate for international traveler. So they have another duties of reviewing each traveler vaccinated certificates. That's all about the first objective. In the second objective, as a researcher, we really need to know effectiveness of those mitigation that I mentioned in the first objective. So 13% of our respondents confirmed that the mitigation used in the entry point was really effective, useful, and easy to apply. Why they say that? They say that because those mitigation didn't affect traveling plan of any travelers. They also, because of these techniques, travelers themselves build confidence and feel secured. And that's why many people used to come in Zanzibar in the COVID-19 outbreak, because they believe that Zanzibar is a very secured place at that time. On the other side, 87% of respondents, that are many, for them, they said the mitigation was really effective in a way of protecting new transmissions and in a way of protecting human-to-human transmissions. But on the other side, their effectiveness or their application was not easy because of those techniques was characterized by or was faced with a lot of challenges. Most of the visitors complained that because of those techniques, it led to the increasing time for check-in and check-out procedures. And this led to the long waiting time. So many visitors were bored, especially many visitors for international visitors. Many of them are coming from the long journey. So if they wait for the long process for check-in or for check-out, it was not good for them. But also they insist that because of those mitigations, sometimes there are a delay of flight, but on the other hand, there are the delay of airport operations. How airport operation delays? Because among the strategies of combating COVID, there was the need of social distance. So as you know, in our office, especially in airport, there was a large number of staff. So the concept of social distance, it was not easy to be practiced. Therefore, the staff from each department supposed to take leaves and stay at home and remain some few staff. So those few staff were not able to do all works in an effective way. This is how procedures affect airport operations. Also, due to the, maybe I can say, the nature of the airport, seaport, and their size led to the large gathering with the close contact among travelers. That this situation make people to have the close contact and had the fear of being easily affected by the COVID-19. So this is about the effectiveness. And on the last objective, the findings show that there are a variety of challenges, include shortage of manpower especially health officer, who are dealing with the health observation of each traveler. There was also infection to the frontline staff, and this is due to the sharing route. For example, this is mostly occur at the airport. For example, one respondent said that she was VIP attendant. So she said there was no special route for staff. So when they are in their daily operation, they have to meet with the arrival. So there is a large risk for the staff to be easily affected by COVID. So this was a very big problem. Another problem, there was until now, we have inappropriate visitor walk through SAMAL and security scanners at seaport. This is mostly at the seaport. Even now, if you are going to Malindi seaport, when you arrive, you will find a lot of people gathering together, especially on the security scanner. When we scan our luggage and the place where they do thermal scan for checking body temperature, there is no social distance, and maybe this is due to the nature of the airport, due to the nature of the seaport, because our port was not built to accommodate the large number of passengers in a social distance ways. So we are normally use our airport in a queue. In each process, we just step in a queue and without large social distance. So this was not good. So as a researcher, we decide to recommend for the port themselves that they have to try or they have to adopt the automation technology and artificial intelligence, maybe like robot or self-service through touch screen, maybe like develop the country if possible, or the uses of automatic doors. It will help for somehow to prevent, especially frontline workers, to prevent against any outbreak. At the same time, they had the health system during the outbreak of corona. But till now, they have to maintain their health system with the safety precaution against any outbreak disease, meaning that they have to be ready to fight any coming disease. For instance, like now, African countries are suffering from Ebola. So as an entry point, we need to have the health system that may prevent passengers and staff not to be affected by those pandemic. The last one, we have to construct huge seaport and make extension of the airport in order to make easy to adopt any upcoming strategies for preventing any outbreak beyond the COVID-19. Apart from that, I have to say thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Subira. So as it was previously done, colleagues, we're just going to call the second speaker. Please note down all your questions, your comments, input. We will discuss them at the end of the theme. The next presenter is Dr. Francis, with the topic Impacts of COVID-19 on Tourism and Hospitality Training Selected Institutes in Kenya. Can we give him a round of applause?
This one. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon once again. The biggest challenge is presenting to anybody after lunch. I promise that I'll be very, very fast. I have a lot of slides. Please promise me that you'll not tell me bye-bye. Once again, my name is Kabi Francis, a lecturer in Tourism Department, Kenya Utalii College. I want to share with you the journey as students took during this corona period as a representative of other institutions in Kenya, and I'm sure maybe even in Tanzania. One, coronavirus is not the first endemic to break anywhere in the world. Others have been reported. Example is plague, smallpox, and the others. Why a special case about this one here? Special because of the rate at which human beings traveling today. Quick mode of what? Transport, air, water, land, very fast mode of transport, such that within a small area where there's any outbreak, within a short time, boom, the whole world. So one, global attention, no any other pandemic has been given global attention like this coronavirus. Why? Because of, once again, improved what? Improved technology, whereby whatever is happening in one part of the world, within a second, other part of the world is knowing whatever is happening. So within a short time, corona, all over the world. What happened with the education system all over the world? Kenya being one of them, greatly affected. Why? Because one, we were told that one way of managing it is making sure that people are not together. What does that mean? It meant that we follow the government's guideline, and the government guideline was, on your marks, get set, go home, and we had a slogan, stay at what? Stay at home, stay at home. Stay at home, and yet students have come to school to learn within a week, within a day, tell them pack and do what? Pack and go. So what that one mean? It means that the corona, even as we document, because at least still a lot has not been documented, has a lot of short and long-term effect on training institutions. For the time being, maybe whatever we are talking about here might be what? Short term. But long term, we may take slightly longer to do what? To maybe to uncover it. And that's why we are here researchers, so that we can follow whatever is happening, follow our students so that we can see the ones who went through corona period and the ones who went before. Is there any what? Is there any correlation? What can we deduce in terms of those ones who went through that corona period, those ones who came later? So, 5, and I have 21 slides. So many institutions did not have time to do what? To prepare. So what happened is that you are told, do what? Close and go. Close and go. Students also do what? Close and go. Go where? Go home. Do what? Learn from home. The assumption was that once students go home, there can be condition of doing what? Condition of learning. Was it possible? For very many institutions, challenges came because most of us were not prepared for COVID-19, and because of that, it really interfered with us. I have 3 main objectives that we'll try to go through very fast. The first one is to look at what? Examine the effect of what? COVID-19 on what? Learning. Learning, I'm looking at curriculum development, delivery, and testing. I'll look at that very, very fast. The other one, look at what? How did it affect the students' what? Mental health and emotional health. And the final one, how do they survive? How do they cope with it? Study limitations. One, I want to touch on one. I'm not a medical what? Doctor. Other than other limitations, the scope, limited studies being there, so the conclusion might not be from a doctor what? Perspective. Methodology of the study area or the study design was exploratory, and a mix of exploratory and descriptive. I targeted both qualitative and quantitative. The study area was Kenya Utalii College that represented other institutions because we went through the same challenges. And finally, The target population was students taking different programs, and stratified sampling method was used. My sample size, but population was 500 students, from which 200 students were to be examined for my sample size. At the end of the day, 155 people responded, giving 77% respondent rate. Both qualitative and quantitative methods were used. That I'm trying to give the stratas that were interviewed. The stratas were formed from different course groups, and from different course groups, I've just given an example of the first one, the first course group being travel and tourism management, food and beverage, and the like, whereby I got from those stratas, I got 155 respondents. Other than that, please note that there was also qualitative data that was collected from 80 students. What data collection tools? I used two collection data tools. One, I used questionnaires. Other than that, there was interviews and focus group discussion. Most of the questions that were used in the variables that were used to test the impact of the virus in the area of mental and mental wellness was got from Hopkins checklist, whereby we use some variables like whether they had some depression, anger, irritability, and the like. Also perceived stress scale variables were used. Finding the first one, what the study found was that there were two levels. One, the level when the college closed and students went home. And the other level is when the college did what? Reopened and students came back. So the interviews was done after students had done what? Had come back. But there were some questions that were testing how they reacted to the coronavirus in addition to their studies. What happened is that many institutions tried to apply a method that they would still teach when the students are at what? At home. And most of them tried what I'll call remote learning. Remote learning is whereby you use any type of technology to make sure that students do what? Achieve the learning objectives. But for all training institutions, you find that after the closing was done in a hurry, the reopening was done in a hurry, and because of that, no students were prepared psychologically, neither were lecturers prepared psychologically. That's one of the findings that students would, the respondents showed. So in terms of curriculum delivery method, it was adjusted so that you can try and catch up with training during that period. Other than that, it really affected sometimes the examination, other than the examination, practical subjects, and many institutions that train tourism and hospitality programs, you know that we need a lot of practical what? Practical subjects. Civil. Practical subjects you have to do what? Practical in your what? In your facility. Some of those activities could not be possible because the students at home, and even once they come back, sometimes the institutions whereby we take them for attachment, internship, whereby they do the practical part of it, was not possible. As most respondents, and this is what I was saying, that sometimes may not actually know what actually the effect is today, because some of students who went through such a program within that particular time graduated, and some of them might not have recovered from the damage that coronavirus might have caused them. Infrastructure. Once again, I started notice that very few institutions were prepared for the what? For the coronavirus. And the infrastructure that was supposed to be used to disseminate training, while remote training was not available. Neither was the budget there for many institutions. So what did institutions do? One, institutions tried to cope up with what? With the little finances they have. With the little finances they have to do whatever they could within that particular time to do what? To continue training. And it was a big challenge. And whatever I'm talking about was a replica in very many institutions in Kenya. Online, or what we call the remote what? The remote learning. Students, how did the respondents say? About 45% of them said that their quality of learning was affected. Others felt that their career has been affected. Others reported and said that the disruption caused them not to perform the way they could have done if there was no what? If there was no such an outbreak. In remote learning, as I said, that remote learning was a challenge for many, many institutions. And one thing, as I said, that many people were not ready for the virus and for that training. The majority, about 75% of respondents, could not afford switching on to what? Remote learning. Remote learning, for most of them, they could only access it using their what? Their phone. And some of them will not even have what? The bundles to access whatever was sent online. Other than that, the other maybe assumption that most of us could have made was that those people within that coronavirus period that they could afford loading or maybe have those kind of technologies. Most of our students, they come from remote areas, whereby sometimes using remote learning was a very big what. Majority of the respondents could not afford to switch online. Others, about 66% complained that cost of learning, they said that the cost of learning went up, and for most of them, they felt as if their main goal of learning was not achieved. 65% of learners felt that the academic year was somehow affected. They felt as if they lost that academic year. Emotional health. Once again, we have said that many people went home, and once they went home, still you'd want to continue training them. And very rare, sometimes would we look at how that affected their heart, how that affected their mental, let me call it mental and emotional health. I'm looking here only at a few variables here. They're the ones that I would want to share here. And the first one talk about sleep-related symptoms that came up with coronavirus in relation to the students within that period. And here I'm talking about those ones who have already, the respondents once they came back. About 43% of them say that their sleeping or their sleep has somehow been interfered with. 41% indicated that waking up is a problem to them. Others, about 44%, say that even concentration was difficult. I'm talking about a case whereby students have resumed, and you expect them to learn what? The usual what? The usual way. You tell him, class time, come to class, the student still comes. Why? We did not sometimes think that they have been affected right from home. Once they come back, we expect them to be what? As usual, to switch on, switch off. Switch on, go home, switch on, come to class. Did it work? It did not work. One thing, sleep has always been associated with what? Academic what? Performance. You don't sleep well, come to class, issues, loss of what? Fear of I will lose, I'll get corona from my colleague, my brother might be sick, my mom might be sick. Does that affect a student in his learning? Yes, it did affect them. A good number will show that 40% of them would say that it really affected them completely. 42% of respondents had lost what? Interest in studying. I want to touch one thing about level of irritability. Most of them felt annoyed. Annoyed about who? Annoyed about the coronavirus. Only coronavirus? No. Even my immediate person here, whom I'm next to, their level of irritability to do what? Went up. 38% of the situation of the students indicated that their lives irritability has done what? Had gone up. 68% had talked about poor what? Poor concentration. Students have come, they had gone home, you are trying to test them when they are at home. When they have come to school, you want to test them again, and yet they have not done what? They have not prepared well. So the level of irritability went up. Their anger, they would feel worried, and they felt not well motivated about studying. Some of them confessed that the irritability has done what? Are increased, and they had that fear of doing what? Fear of doing exams and failing. Others felt frustrated. Others showed signs of what? Signs of depression and withdrawal. Others were involved themselves in what? Other relationships, other than drug and substance abuse. Others went consolation from what? From their partners, such that their sexual behavior was affected even to some of them. Yes, the other item, for those ones who are paying school fees, they have just come from home, they have not got money, they have come, and their parents have lost job, of this and this. They are supposed to pay what? School fees. And the first 1 week, pay some little money before you do what? So that one, once again, is something that also came out very, very well. Coping method, one. Some of them did not know what to do. Others went to their classmates. Others went to their partners who took advantage of them. Other than that, most did their best to do one or two things. To do what? To survive, because they are to survive. Some activities missed, such as this social life business, that they felt as if they missed that, and some of those things that they missed due to the coronavirus is not quantifiable. Some sought help from classmates, others went to to their peers to help them cope. Yes, I just touched on this one here, though it was not part of my what? My studies. We assumed that the corona was only affecting what? The students in my study. But did it affect the mwalimus? It did. Why? Because the mwalimus are part of the what? Part of the community. When they are supposed to be training online, I'm supposed to give my child my laptop, and my phone, and I have four or five children. Who will I give what? So once I come to school, should my performance be the issue one? Is my mind concentrating in class? So I'm part of the big community. I'm here, and I'm saying that this effect was on both what? The learners and what? And the trainers. I want to see which one. How much time do I have?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Yes, I just want to touch on one or two items on the lecturers, or those ones who are doing the training. Most of them felt they were not prepared for the closing and the opening, and they had financial challenges like what all other presenters have done, have done. And being part of a bigger society, also sometimes some of them, you find them doing what? Abusing what? Abusing substances and the like. The pandemic affected learning, intellectually, the impact may not be what? We may not measure it, but maybe follow-up researches may help that. But I want to talk about only one item as I conclude. The coronavirus, once again, raised our hygiene what? Our hygiene level came up. All of us, as one way in which we copied through the coronavirus. Finally, as I make my final statement, all of us, we learned that ICT is the way forward. It's the way forward. ICT is the way forward. Digital learning is the way forward. Why? Because we learned that sometimes pandemics might come and might force us to do what? Remote or what? Online learning. Did it affect us emotionally? Yes. Was it documented well? Some institutions did well documentation. I think that is an early time that we also monitor what? Psychological impact of such kind of phenomena on our what? On our students, so that as we make general sweeping statements, the students are doing this, the students are not doing this, we can know that sometimes they do whatever they do the what? The issues that affect them as they affect us as a society. Finally, follow up what? Research. Research, 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 fill the gaps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kabi Francis. Without any waste of time, I'm going to call the next presenter, who is Dr. Martha Muntali Symposia, with the topic Tourism and Hospitality Innovation in the COVID-19 Pandemic. Can we give a round of applause?
Good afternoon, all. Is it okay? Okay. Take advantage. Good afternoon, all protocol observed. I'm Muntali Martha. I'm coming from Zambia. I'm a senior lecturer in the city where, that city we call it Copper Belt, home of copper. That's where I'm coming from. My presentation is on innovation on the COVID-19. I'm sure most of the things have been explained Most of the things have been explained by most of the speakers. The hospitality industry relies on the experience to keep customers coming back. As hospitality, like we have come here, definitely the way they have kept us, for sure, we are aiming to come back and visit Tanzania. We have not spent more days, but we are aiming to come back. Thank you. So now, the problem statement. During the time for COVID, most of the worldwide, the monthly contribution to the economy, it was stopped because the tourists, they stopped traveling. After the lockdown, they closed all the borders. Most of the things were closed. So for sure, the economy, it was down worldwide. The postponement of the trips, public events, employment adjustment, also the fall of income was down during the time of COVID. Loss of jobs worldwide, and then the airline also lost about 113 million in the revenue in the time of March. So this study, the motive of this study is to talk about the innovation. During the COVID, we cannot just be saying that COVID has come, COVID has come, we just sit. Like the earlier speaker was saying that when the COVID came, students were told to go home. Lecturers were told to go home. Even also the general workers, they were just at home. Now, are they going just to stay home forever? No, they need to come up with the strategies. So my research, the time I was researching, when the COVID hit the people, especially the hospitality and the tourism industry, they had time to start innovation. What were they innovating? Most of the speakers, they were talking about the ICT, talking about online and so on and so forth. Yes, they were doing online, one. Two, I'll come back to that. The second thing is that in the morning there was another speaker who spoke about the COVID. It had negative and also the positive thing, for sure. The negative thing, I've explained one or two things, but the good part, one, when time COVID came in, it was the time for most hoteliers, they had time now to start innovating their rooms. They closed their hotels. You find that most of the hotels, the time they were built, they stayed maybe some many years without being checked on it. So when COVID came in, that was the time they were supposed to start doing what? Innovations. So that when COVID is over, they can come now and increase the rates to the rooms. The other thing, it also brought, it wakened up the way to do the business, not only depending on the tourists coming in the country. Also, it also helped to open our eye on the community. Most of the time, we sideline the community people. We don't lie on the community. But when COVID came in, most of the people, they started lying on the community people. How were they lying on community people? They were having gathering. They opened, they were saying that maybe 50 people. And those 50 people, they were not able to prepare the meals in their homes. So that's where they were targeting, to the people in the community. Those communities, also home-based people, they were some people, they were receiving the guests, but they cannot prepare the meals like the way the hotel they prepare. So it was the time when they were preparing these people they were preparing meals to these people to offer them in the home-based. And also the students, those hotels that are near the higher institutions, especially universities, most of their parents, they were not, you find that most of the students, they like sharing the rooms. But this was the time when the hotels, they took advantage of having the students at a lower rate. Instead of just leaving the white elephants, or leaving the hotels to become white elephants, they started using students. On the technology, before the COVID-19 started, you find that the internet was there, but how to use the internet, people were not conversant with the internet. Auto make machine, people were also not conversant with that. Also self-service machine, people were not conversant. But afterwards, because of the innovation, you find that it was the time when people now started learning how to do the internet. Most of the hotels, when you look back, you find that during the COVID-19, 20% were able to use the internet. 20% were able to use the internet. But after the COVID, it was 30%, whereby they had time now to start learning. They had ample time to start learning how to go about with the internet. Also, let me just say the technology. The methodology that was used, it was a qualitative design. It's the one which was used, one-on-one interview. I had to interview some hotels, and also participants were chosen using the purposeful sampling techniques. The examining of this study was the effective pandemic and also the environment. In my conclusion, developing tourism goals activities will aid in promoting the industry and enhancing its beneficial effects. Evaluation suggested that in order for business operators in the sector to resume regular operation, alternative service offering, service and the product diversity compensation should be made. Most of the time, even the earlier speakers, they spoke about the domestic tourism. In most of the countries, we don't appreciate the domestic tourism that we normally have. I can give a very good example of in our country, Zambia. Zambia, we have the Victoria Falls, the mighty Victoria Falls. But you find that people in Zambia, somebody is born in Zambia, have never visited Victoria Falls, but they prefer visiting Zanzibar in Tanzania, spending a lot of money. And also, not only people only, but also the government. The government, they are not helping us in the infrastructure. They are not helping us in the infrastructure of domestic tourism. We have to appreciate what we have in our countries. When the time of COVID, most of the income which we are having, they were coming from domestic tourism. But the domestic tourism, when you go to any domestic tourism, you find that the infrastructure, the road, they are not okay. So my conclusion and my recommendation is the government should also come in to renovate, to do the innovation of the domestic tourism that we have. We cannot only depending on the international, we should also be depending on our own domestic thing, our own thing that we should be appreciative of them, not only waiting for people to come in. We survived. The way we survived, we did not survive from the international tourists, but we survived from the domestic tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation, Dr. Martha. Colleagues, honorable guests, without any waste of time, I'm going to open the floor for questions. I'm not going to say anything until the floor is done. So I'm going to ask for questions, comments, maximum of 5 for the theme. For all the 3 presenters, I'm only going to take 5 maximum questions, comments, inputs. We can start There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, thank you. You can start.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, presenters, for the good presentations that you've shared with us. Dr. Fatma, I just want to know whether you had what we call SOP, because your study is recommending quite a number of issues, but did you have SOP, standard operating procedures, that was applicable, of course, in all entry points? Okay. But again, a small one to Kabir. Thank you again very much for the presentation. We had a similar case in Tanzania. SUA, Sokoine University of Agriculture. We had to close down for 2 months. But again, what was the impact of this? Is that, yes, we had to cut off a little bit of time from the curriculum. And what was affected most was the practical training part of it. And we also had to rearrange the way practical training was organized. Normally, we wish to take students to diverse areas for better skills development. There'll be hotels to operation, but because hotels were closed, guess what? We all cramped them into one national park, for example, all right? So the scope of learning was a little bit of problem, and that was the significant impact to that. A little bit small to Madam, I really thank you. We are taking home one important aspect, and this is a product that I think all presenters have missed, and this is homestays. And I like the way you prepared, or the government really prepared people in their homes to receive visitors, all right? From simple basic skills like preparation of food, standards and the hygiene and that. I think that is a very good segment within the whole framework of domestic tourism. I thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. You can give the next one. Presenters, I hope you're writing down.
Thank you, presenters, for your good presentations. And I would like to comment a bit to Subira Fak. And I've seen your good presentation, and I think this is a cross-sectional study of which would have been benefited if you could have used the mixed method, qualitative and quantitative. The nature of your data and the way you have collected would have been benefited if you could have used the mixed method. So I think you could have rethink and see if you can use qualitative and the quantitative. Thank you.
Next one. There was a hand there, 2 hands actually, and then the one on the left.
Thank you for the good presentation. My first question goes to Utalii College in Kenya. As a learning institution, how do we now prepare, I don't know, our curriculums or our students? Perhaps COVID is not the last pandemic we can have. If other pandemics or any other calamities comes in the near future or somewhere in the future, how do we prepare our students and the industry, or perhaps we can use the case of COVID to prepare a sort of a curriculum that if anything happens, these are the measures you should take, or like the preparedness sort of. That is my question to you. And for the last presenter, I appreciate the way presentation was done, and just to, actually it's not a question per se to say, maybe, as you said, that government needs to do something so as to boost the sector, it's okay. But I can add one more, perhaps to diversify more of our tourism products so as to accommodate a lot of domestic visitation, including, to me, I'm so concerned with the forest sector. For us, with Tanzania Forest Service, we deal with ecotourism, which we think is a more responsible travel to the destinations, where we see a lot of people internally are moving to visiting the forest areas and areas of that kind. So to me, I think we need to diversify now the tourism products we have, so that we can accommodate more visitors in our places after the pandemic of COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can give the next one. Her hand was also up. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. Sorry, I was behind and now I'm in the front seat. Thank you very much, presenters. And my question goes to Dr. Kabil Francis on the impact of COVID on hospitality training. And I'm interested to know whether KUC or other institutes in Kenya, they also run work-based training, like apprenticeship, where most students, most of the time, students stay at the workplace, and less time they stay at the college. And I'm curious to know if you had also the coping strategy as the impact of COVID on this such kind of training, since I feel most of the time maybe students were not able to, to take place at the workplace, the training at the workplace. So I just want to know if you have any coping strategy based on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're going to have the last one. Which was in.
Thank you, Chairperson. At the point of entries, there is still too much physical contact when we stamp our passports and then we scan our luggage. So now I'm trying to ask if perhaps there is something that was learned from the COVID-19 pandemic as to how we can best minimize that form of contact. I thought that the e-passport were going to be paperless, but it seems like that is not. So this stamping of passports and scanning of luggage is still contributing to the physical contact which we are trying to avoid in terms of to transmit infections for the future. So is there anything that maybe you can recommend, maybe in terms of learning from this pandemic or in using the technology? Thank you.
Yes, it's the last one. You are the last one.
Thank you very much for the question. My question is rather just a note of clarification that I'd like to get from Dr. Fatma from Zanzibar. You've eloquently put to us how the government put in measures on how to mitigate COVID spread and what you've been put in place by the government of Zanzibar in mitigating the effect of COVID in Zanzibar. One thing that touched my point is that you said that there's still congestion at the seaport. And the good thing is that you've given us a recommendation from your research that should be implemented by the Zanzibar government. But on looking at it, it seems to be a long-term measure. Now, question is, from the part of the government or you, is there a short-term measure? Because still we do not know when COVID will end. Is there a short-term measure that has been put in place to assist the challenge of congestivity at the Zanzibar seaports? Is there any short-term measure while you are working on that long-term measures that you put to enlarge or increase the capacity area of Zanzibar? And this also goes to Dr. Kabi. Dr. Kabi, you said that there was impact to these institutions of hospitality in Kenya. Now, is there a way that you put, or rather, is there a contingency plan as the institutions in Kenya that you put to avoid such recurrence? And also that we know that COVID is still with us and we do not know when it will end. What are other contingency measures that you have put as institutions in Kenya to avoid such, or to get to live with that positively? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. I am going to allow the presenters to give answers. Can I start with you, Dr. Fatma?
Okay, I can respond some, and my colleague will add something if she has. Firstly, I want to thank for the contribution of using mixed method approach in our research. Really, we wish to use this approach, but it was not easy due to the nature of the area where we collect data. As you know, airport and seaport is the place where every time people are busy with the arrangement. So for us, it was not easy to disseminate questionnaire for qualitative data. That's why we saw interview was the best technique for us to get the useful information. But we will take it as an advice, and we will find the way of dealing with it. And in case of e-passport, thank you, we will add it as a good recommendation. And if I catch you well, the issue of if there are any short-term measures in seaports, of course, right now, the measure that I present are the only measure that we have in our seaport, except COVID testing. But as a short-term measures, what we are doing, we are trying, I say, I'm not me, but for the port officer, they try for level-based to educate and to make people aware. Every time there are a lot of instruction, even though people are many, people are gathering. So the seaport officers try to remind people that is the only measure, education and awareness to passengers. So if there is any contribution from my colleague.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. I just want to add what Madam Subira has said. In terms of short measures, we can say that most of the time the government and the Ministry of Health and Commission for Tourism, they encourage self-prevention measures. Given that Zanzibar depends much on tourism, we cannot stop tourists to come just because we have a small structure of seaport and airport. So that's why they insist self-prevention, like wearing face mask, washing hands, and if possible, testing and screening, of course. And the good news is that right now there is a project of constructing a new seaport at Mangapwani area where it's going to be a very large seaport in the future. Apart from that, if I catch Mr. there, he was asking if we have standard operation procedures. Of course we do have, and for tourism specifically, it was designed by Commission for Tourism, and It is operated, in all tourism players, including entry zones. And most of the time in entry point, some of those procedures are the same as those applied in airlines and hotels and other tourism players. So in most cases, they insist on screening and, as I said, self-prevention measures. And it is adopted, of course, in airport and seaport, not only for those specifically in tourism, but also other procedures that are insisted in the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Transport and others. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Can I hand over to you, Dr. Kabi Francis?
Thank you for the question you have just asked. Dear scholars, digital learning is the way forward. For some years, Africa has somehow resisted it and gone to the traditional way of learning. I think COVID has showed us that we must go digital. We must repackage whatever programs we have so that they can be offered digitally. And the ones that are completely difficult, we still have maybe something like virtual learning, virtual tour, whereby you can sometimes tour some of those areas without actually physically going there. About repackaging our product, yes, I thank God that right now at the college we are doing some curriculum we are doing some curriculum review, and I'm hoping that most of whatever we learned from the Corona period, we will end up capturing it as we come up with as we do our curriculum. So for the first question, digital learning, remote learning, yes, that's the way forward. Why? Because the world has gone what? Digital. In fact, the world has gone smartphone, whereby everything is done through what? Smartphone. As long as you are learning, as long as you are training, as long as your package is not in smartphone, it's not accessible through smartphone and the like, you find that there is a gap you are losing, there's something that you are losing. Has the world accepted digital learning and digital certificates and qualifications? Yes, the world has done. The question is, how do you trade in on the practical part? Because for us now, we are more what? We are more practical than theoretical. That would be the biggest question. And for us scholars, that's an opportunity for what? Innovation and creativity. For us, that's a challenge. The industry should push to us. And for us now, we do what? We sit down and see what solution we can come up with. But about digital education and the like, that's the way forward. We don't have a lot of choices. Apprenticeship, yes, we still have some apprenticeship programs. And for those ones, for those ones who have worked for the industry maybe for 3 years, 2 years, 2 years, 2 years, 2 years or 3 years, who come for apprenticeship program. The other one is about the elephant in everybody's room. Contingents what? Plans and contingents money, budget for in case. That one, allow me to say that is difficult, I think all over. Disaster preparedness. Sometimes for us, we find ourselves being caught, sometimes not the way we thought. But tentative arrangements in most cases, unless you talk about a budget put aside for disaster. And for most of us, I think because of economic reasons, most of us, we don't learn from the previous what? Don't learn from the previous disasters. But for the world, this time they learned a lot from what? Corona. The kind of innovations that were done, I loved the person who talked about innovation. I'm also doing innovation in our hospitality industry. I'm also doing that. How did we survive? What kind of innovations did we do in the world? We did a lot. Within the shortest time possible, I think we might have had more innovation in tourism hospitality within this Corona period than we might have had maybe for the previous maybe 10 years. Can we think and innovate? Yes, once we are pushed.
Okay, I think that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the presenters. I have been asked to combine the sessions. That's why I said they can go sit. So we only have one person that is available for the break. So we're going to combine and wrap up, and I'll give my resolutions or the closing remarks. Thank you very much. Can we clap hands for them once more? And I'm going to call the last presenter, who is Ms. Rhoda Kitila, with the topic Hospitality and Tourism Skills Development at the Old Boma Vocational Training Hotel. Is she still here? Okay, we can just give her a round of applause as she is coming forth. So we're only going to have 10 minutes of presentation and 5 minutes of questions, comments, input. This is because we are running short of time. We have the cocktail or networking event to attend. So I'll also try to be very brief in my closing remarks or in my resolutions. Thank you. You can start.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rhoda Msafiri Kitila. I'm currently a hospitality consultant and trainer. Originally, I was an instructor at the Hotel and Tourism Training Training Institute, which is currently the National College of Tourism. That was a long way back, and I retired 6 years ago, exactly 6 years ago, as a training manager at the Dar es Salaam Serena Hotel. Currently, I'm attached to an organization which is known as Trade Aid, and it operates from the UK, where it is based, but the big projects they have, it is in Mtwara, the southern part of Tanzania. So for our colleagues from Kenya and from South Africa, I'm going to take you to a tour to the southern part of the country, because you might not get time to get there. And I've chosen a very specific theme, part of the theme. I know we have a lot of themes. I've picked up on hospitality and tourism skills development, and I'm going to take you to the Old Boma Vocational Training Hotel as a model of what we're doing there. So you might find that I've not touched a lot about COVID, but definitely in it will be touched. Thank you very much. And as I said, I would like to welcome you to the Boma, which is found in a small township known as Mikindani. And Mikindani derived this name from young palm trees, which are scattered a lot, around the town and bay, and that's why it's known as Mikindani town. And this used to be a German East Africa center for the slave trade, and also it was an old boma. A boma is like a fort or governor's offices. They used to be called bomas, and it was a German fort, and it was also the southern headquarters under the British, until in 1947 when it shifted to Mtwara Township. This organization, which attached to the Trade Aid, had a passion to do restoration and to do renovation, so they picked up on this building, and in the year 1895, they did a very big renovation and turned that building, which was almost collapsing, into a very small but very nice hotel, which has got 9 rooms. And Trade Aid also worked together with the Mikindani community to make sure that the Mikindani has been declared as a conservation as from the end of 2017. So that's where we are now at Mikindani. Trade Aid is a charity organization which is working there to create sustainable employment by doing the following. It is working hard to provide opportunities for work and improving lives of Mikindani families, and also it is encouraging on conservation enterprise in the local area, and it's also teaching English and vocational skills for the youngsters, specifically from Mikindani. The aim of the project was to help the youngsters in Mikindani as their return back of them being given the opportunity to operate in Mikindani. Also, to initiate and continue funding conservation projects and the restoration of historical buildings. For those who have been to Mtwara or Mikindani, that township, it looks like Bagamoyo. It also looks like Zanzibar. There are many historical buildings which have been renovated. There was an old bank house which was being used by then. There was an old slave market. There's the old Boma, as I said, and there's also a Livingstone house where it is believed Dr. Livingstone had a stopover on his way to the Central Africa, where he went for his last days. So that historical has made the place popular, and we have now our small hotel there, and meaning that the students or the trainees, they have the opportunity to work, to study at the vocational hotel, and at the same time to also engage into promoting tourism at that particular area. This organization has done a lot for the community within Mtwara, especially in Mikindani and a little bit near by Mtwara. The trade aid mission and vision was to offer 40 places each year for the youngsters, free. It pays everything. And they are given, and these 40 places are divided into two groups. After every 6 months, we have 20 trainees who are interviewed, and then they're taken in for a 6-month course. They learn basic hospitality courses, the core courses in hospitality, very basic, because we have a mixture. We even have standard 7, we have Form 2, Form 4, so it's a mix. And they also have an English course throughout. Luckily enough, we have a kitchen, a small, nice kitchen, well-equipped. I can say well-equipped. In a small township, I can say it is a well-equipped kitchen whereby they can do the application. It's an application hotel. I believe our lecturers from National College of Tourism, when they came to Mtwara, they visited the place and saw. So, apart from these core subjects, they also learn about maintenance, basic, some of them, they also get a touch of maintenance, because we also have a pool, and we also have a small spa, and that's it. Trainees, they get their theory from the trainers, and also training manager, and also we have project manager. We all work together to share. I was thinking to share my bundle of experience. I've worked in the hospitality industry for more than 30 years. So I'm sharing my bundle with these less privileged people in the southern part of the country to make sure that they also get a bit of knowledge where they can use. Now, back to our main topic, linking industry with academia. Additionally, the trainees, as I said, they work in the Boma as an application hotel, and in between, they get some time to go to other hotels for attachment. And before COVID-19 pandemic, a few were selected to be attached to large hotels. I remember we had like 4 trips of 3 junior staff who were attached to Dar es Salaam Serena Hotel for 3 months. You can imagine, from a small township, almost a village, all the way to Dar es Salaam, to a 5-star hotel for 3 months. That was a plus. Anyway, the COVID gave us a stop. That has not happened, and this is now part of the resilience or the effect of COVID-19. So we are not doing that anymore. We have other strategies. Graduating trainees are assisted to get connections to the industry for further exposure, and some they get employed in Twara or Newala, Lindi, even a few of them to Dar es Salaam, and we are happy for that. And when we have time, we do a follow-up visit to see if they are well placed, if they are doing what they have been trained there, and we find that they are our good ambassadors. The project itself, because they are less privileged and their families, some of them, they are not able to give them anything. When they finish their training, every trainee is given an upkeep allowance during the graduation of 150,000 shillings as I can say a handshake, which goes straight to the bank account. It means we also teach them how to do saving before they start looking for a job. We want them, when they've completed, they have at least some fare to go to Mtwara or to go to Lindi to attend interviews. So this is how we are linking the industry with academia. And also every trainee, before he or she leaves, we do a process of bringing NSSF officers from Mtwara. They give them the knowledge or the education on National Social Security Fund. They get registered, so when they find out jobs, they already have their NSS card, which I think is an extraordinary assistance to the community. Mikindani Township, we as an organization, we are also attached with the community on different areas where it can be interpreted as cultural tourism. Additionally, we have the following activities within Mikindani. We have a Mikindani museum for individuals and students who come often for educational tours because it is a historical town. The Old Boma and Mikindani tours and other historical excursions are done, or the guiding is done by the trainees. So we are also doing a little bit of tour guiding at their level so that they can sell Mikindani themselves. We also have a free community class for Mikindani and Mtwara youths, whereby they are trained English, basic, computer, and math, also for free. Families get support from more than 400 people, and you can imagine when your family is getting an opportunity for one of the family members to be trained at the Boma, and later on they get a job, it means the return on investment does not come back to the Boma, it goes to the family. So this is what is happening. Imagine, during COVID-19, how it affected the trainees, how it affected the families. Forget about business. Forget about the hotel itself where maybe the business was down because it is like only an application. So the families in Mikindani, they were really touched by this pandemic because now we postponed, I think, like two sessions or two courses for 6 months, which did not run properly. It means, end of the day, they also missed an opportunity of getting graduates who will bring back something to the family. So that was their effect. We also have a project known as CEP, which is Child Equality Project. It is actively assisting the less privileged to support them for school or college fees and upkeep. And also, that we depend on the sponsorship from good people from the UK and also from Tanzania. Again, when we have this pandemic, which is a world issue, it means now even the flow of this aid from the UK or from the Tanzanians was reduced, and it really affected the community. Our future plans now, as we take it as the recovery, we have the following plans. We first want to become a training center and continue with whatever is happening now, but there's a building which was the old bank house, which has been renovated. We think of making it like a training center so that we can offer support to the local staff at the newly opened Zonal Referral Hospital, also located in Mikindani. So we are thinking of tailor-making basic topics in hospital housekeeping and hospital catering. Of course, safety and hygiene, we can add there. It could be beneficial for the community and also for us as an institution. The other strategy is we have heard, we have seen, and we understand about the Royal Tour. And as it has been said by all or most of the presenters, that the rate of business and the number of tourists has gone up. It is the same there. So our preparation or our strategy is also now to upgrade or to improve the kind of training we are giving there, to bring it to another level, even if we will not reach the level, but we are going towards NTA level 4, so that they can fit into the coming business, which is expected to go up. And lastly, we would like to maintain the charity objectives, because we cannot run away from the charity objectives. Otherwise, we will be kicked out of this country or whoever. But we also want to improve the hotel quality of services and also quality of sales, just as one of the strategies for the post-COVID-19 pandemic. So this is what is happening there. And if, Madam Chair, if you give me 1 or 2 more minutes, I would like to put a highlights of what is happening there on pictures. Thank you. So may I take you on a tour? May I take you on a tour? This is the building, the bomber. You have seen the other bombers, eh? They also look alike. So this is how the renovation started. And this is what we have now. This is the old Boma at a glance, a very nice building with a small swimming pool, and the area you are seeing here is the restaurant. We do not have an indoor restaurant because the nature is very good. And this is an advantage for us, especially when we talk about spacing. It means that was a perfect place to come during COVID. But anyway, Mtwara was hit by COVID as COVID, and at the same time, there was this uncertainty on security on the border. We all know about it. I cannot go further. And our trainees and our kitchen produces food and, of course, Swahili fusion. Get everything locally, and we want to keep it locally so that we can maintain the nature of Mikindani. We also have a bar, a small bar. We call it Brian's Bar because the chairman of Trade Aid, his name is Curry, Mr. Brian Curry. But as you can see, I think we can see, the theme, everything is culture, and art. You know, Mtwara, they're very good in art, so we've used that one. The hotel has 9 rooms. 9 rooms. As you can see, there is no corridor like in other hotels, so there is enough space, there is enough air. The names bear, the rooms bear different names. Every name has got a meaning. Like Nyerere, like Governor Damkwat, Chuma Susi, those were the porters who were transporting Dr. Livingstone's luggage. Von Leto, Mkwawa, Livingstone, and so forth. And these are our beds. All the rooms have these Zanzibarian royal beds. So the trainees, they learn how to clean, how to do the bed, how to clean everything, and just like in another hotel. We have also a very nice view from the hotel, which you can see the ocean. This is the lounge. The walls, they're very strong, and they were built by using corals. And the building has been renovated, but the coral walls have been left out as a symbol so that when we do the tour, we can explain what's happening. This was the old courthouse. It used to be the courthouse, the judge and whoever was doing the sessions there. Now it is a meeting room or training. This is our class, our trainees class, open as well. And we are nearby the yacht club, and we also have a small spa for trading and business. And when I talk about business, it is not business per se business. It is a revolving fund, which is even not enough, and we are getting assistance from Trade Aid headquarters. We are very close to the village or to the families, so the walking tours can also be guided by trainees.
May you kindly wrap up?
Pardon?
Please wrap up.
Okay. This is the community class. As you can see, no uniform, no what, but they enjoy and they get it free to learn English. This is the proper class, and we also have practicals in the bar. We have from schools, and we visit the industry. We have one of our trustees, and you can see during graduation, the parents and the attendees, they get a practical show of what we are doing. There's also a beekeeping project, a small one, but we also sell honey. And we live very well with the community. This is Mikindani Day. Every year it happens, and they really enjoy. We show a lot of things, they play, but during COVID, we could not do this. we stopped. And these are our students. They are also doing cultural tourism led by the villagers. So I've come towards the end of my session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Rhoda. You can sit down, and I'm going to open the floor to the audience's questions, comments, inputs. We only have 5 minutes. We can start with her, and then thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a very good presentation. It is not a question, but it is a recommendation. You talked about more on a vocation. I'm also putting more emphasis that when you are lecturing to those students, put more emphasis on entrepreneurship, because by tomorrow you'll find that even those sponsors, they will go. But when you are putting more emphasis on entrepreneurship, hands-on, you'll find that the income will be coming in. Those things that we saw in the wars, when they do it, they also start selling to the tourists. So you'll find that the income will be coming in your coffers. So put more emphasis on entrepreneurship, as you also emphasize that the level of the learning, you follow all the categories, even the low level, those who have never been to school, you are able to catch them. That is a very good thing. Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to take the last one because of time.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Allow me to commend the speaker or the presenter with such a wonderful project. You are doing a sterling job, and I also believe that that project will go a long way in terms of sustaining the tourism industry, because in the tourism industry we require those vocational skills that you have mentioned, that you are busy imparting to the less privileged community. So I also have a question, just for interest's sake, because I feel that your project needs to be used as a classical example to most of the community of villages that have got the tourism potential. So I would want to maybe get an understanding with regard to maybe the challenges that you are facing with regard to the implementation of such a wonderful project, because I believe that you might find that there are some of the challenges that need to also be looked at. What are those challenges, if they are? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Madam Rhoda.
Okay. I'm delighted that I've got positive comments to top up on what I've gone through. Thank you very much, Madam, for suggesting that we should engage ourselves in the entrepreneurship. And I assure you this is happening. And it is, when I said we are going into level 4, in it there is entrepreneurship, and we've started slowly, and we've seen that it's vital. And thank you very much. We will make sure that we excel in that area. And for the second question, we have a lot of challenges. As I said, we depend on assistance from the UK. But pandemic hit the whole world. It means even the supply of assistance from UK has been reduced. And if it has been reduced, so we are working hard to see how we can increase marketing to get more guests, to get more tourists, so that at least the revolving fund could be enough, because we still have the hotel running, water bills, electricity bills, uniforms for the trainees, we still need to cater for. So that is the main challenge, but we are working hard to ensure that we pick up on more business so that we could face those challenges. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much, Madam Doctor. Can we clap hands again? Okay. Okay, because of time, I have been asked to round up. We have to finish because of the cocktail event that was supposed to start at 5 o'clock and now it's 6 o'clock. So I'm just going to say my closing remarks or resolutions. I'll try to be very quick because I don't even have a minute. But from the first speaker, I can come up with a conclusion that the importance of controlling, seeing that COVID is still with us, even though the travel ban is lifted at the moment, but with the introduction of the restrictions, measures, and everything, we had to have a controlling system to make sure that the transmission or the spread of COVID amongst the travelers or by the travelers is minimized. So this was done basically by testing the travelers, which happens at the entry airports, at the entry points, all over the country or the world, and also the government or the World Health Organization introduced the COVID vaccine rollout, which was believed to minimize the spread of COVID. And currently what is happening at the entry points, they enforce a PCR test to make sure that one does not have COVID if they do not have a vaccine, because it was not applied or done by everybody. So from the second speaker, COVID-19 did not only rearrange the tourism industry, as we are saying that the businesses were affected, there was no moving around, which we usually say that it hit the tourism industry very bad, or it was the mostly affected, but it also interrupted the education system across the world, because both parties had to move or they had to adapt from the traditional way of doing things to moving online. This is going to be online learning, online teaching, which was not familiar with both parties. At some point, also the teachers or the educators, the tourism educators had to work long hours in adjusting the syllabus, the content, so that teaching and learning can continue. And also making sure that quality of education is maintained, because with the shift, it was very quick. We did not have time, like the speakers were saying, to prepare. Nobody knew that COVID was going to happen. So if we had known, maybe we were going to prepare the content a year before, but we just had to adapt swiftly and move on with life, because we had to learn. So this also, I can link this with preparedness. We always have to be prepared in the tourism industry, because we don't know what tomorrow holds for us. But another example can be the events that had to be moved from having a physical event to a virtual event. The experience is not the same, but just for maintaining or making sure that the industry or there's something that is being done in the businesses, they had to introduce things like your virtual tours, the virtual marathons, which I will say again that the experience was not the same, but because of the pandemic, we had to move from the traditional way of doing things and move to digital or online environment. And from the third speaker, I will highlight the importance of innovation in the tourism industry. So COVID was also an eye-opener to most of us, all stakeholders in the tourism industry, because we had to find or to come up with ways of coping or a coping mechanism for the businesses, for the shareholders, for everybody in the tourism industry while we were closed in or locked down. So we had to, for those that are used to traveling, or as I made an example with the virtual tours, so you can also opt for that, but that was just a coping mechanism that you can also pick up, that it is important that we think outside, or we are open to do new things in the tourism industry, or different things in the tourism industry, just to maintain. So this can also be linked to making use of local talent, because if you're used to traveling internationally and traveling was banned at that time, then you have to find something around that can work for you. So at the end of the day, I think it also benefited the local or domestic tourism, as the speaker had said. So here we'll also be focusing on the promotion of domestic tourism, or upping the destination selling, because we just had to work with what we have. And lastly, it was also about promoting local tourism products and the transfer of skills, which is also very, very important, or the importance of relevant training and education in the tourism industry and hospitality. So the skills transfer is an important aspect. I'll make an example with what the last speaker was saying when it comes to the importance of vocational skills in the tourism industry. So sometimes always say, we say that education, relevant education and qualification is important in the tourism industry, but we do have those people that do not have the relevant qualification, but they're working in the tourism and hospitality. So it does affect the service, provision of service or service excellence. So in this case, skills transfer is also an important aspect. It can minimize or maximize quality service. I'll make an example with where we come from. We have a case or a situation where taxi drivers, normal taxi drivers, are escorting the tourists to the tourist attractions. So if you look at it, a taxi driver, usually in our country back in South Africa, they don't have the qualification to service the tourist. So in a way, that does affect the service excellence or customer service. So if that's the case, one needs to be taught on how to be hospitable to the tourists, because they do not deal with that, or they do not know that. Where I come from, they're always in a hurry. They just want to pick and drop. But when you're dealing with the tourists, it's different, because remember, the tourists are spending their disposable income. They want to enjoy. It's all about them. So when we've got tourists, we need to put them first. Everything stops. We service them. But the opposite can be the case if you have someone who's always in a hurry. So that is just to wrap up and say that vocational skills or training is also important in our industry, since it's a service industry. That will be all from me. Do we agree or disagree? I'm going to say asante same. That's my last word.
Thank you. Big round of applause, please, for Madam Chairperson, Dr. Konan Nani. And she has done a great job, because it's not easy to moderate the after lunch sessions. So you have done it a quite remarkable job. Situmwongeze makofi ingine. Asante. Sasa, before we proceed for cocktail, I want to apologize for Dr. Emmanuel Enoch. I think there was some miscommunication when he was supposed to be here. He remained there. Maybe the lunch was too much, and then he forgot. He was waiting to be called. So we are very apologetic. But because tomorrow you are going to be the moderator, then I'll give you at least 5 minutes or 7 minutes to give your views on your paper, and then later on you can continue with the moderation. I think that side well with you. Thank you. And because he's reverent as well, deep down in his heart there's a room for forgiveness. So he has no option. He has to forgive me. Asante. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a quite remarkable day, and we want to say thank you, asanteni sana, for your participation. nyinyi mmevumilia mpaka mwisho. Maana wengi hawakuweza kuvumilia nasi mpaka mwisho, na wanaovumilia mpaka mwisho ndio wanaookoka. So thank you so much. And tunaokoka na cocktail hapo nje, so please jibambe. Make sure that you have fun. Make sure that you network, know each other. We have international guests, please know them. If you had additional question, the moderator did not give you a chance, this is the moment to ask the presenters as well. So please use this time as maximum as possible. Please also remember, tomorrow we are commencing our schedule a little bit earlier, so please make sure that you keep on time so that we can finish earlier. The earlier we come and maintain the time, the earlier we'll be able to go out. Asanteni sana, na watakia siku njema na jioni njema. Mungu awabariki, na asante sana pia Ernest. Mungu akubariki sana. Asanteni.